Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku had blood in Quirk. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. The dark pit that settled in her stomach made her task all the more difficult. He was on her knees, hands firmly pressed into her lap in the ancient respectful manner that had all but been erased from modern times. Part of her wished that she was simply standing in front of a table of supervisors glaring down at her while she made her case. Another part respected the Amagi for keeping such a tradition alive. The two officers she had been sent did not share her thoughts. They both looked completely nervous. As they should have. They had both witnessed what the girl, Eva, had done to her two captors, and what Izuku and Tanaka were capable of. Then there was Hanabi and the other elders of the Amagi as well. None of them were cop killers, but room could be made on any of their resumes. Sitting on the raised floor at the end of the room as a symbol of respect and power was Hanabi Midoriya. Her smile was warm, confident, and pleasant. Izuku sat next to and slightly behind his grandmother. He looked nervous, concerned, and more than a little overwhelmed by his position. Behind him sat Eva, the one she shouldn't have let him take with him. On his grandmother's opposite side, Orie sat with a look so smug it could only be matched by her sister's cat when it watched someone clean out its litter box. The moment she saw Eva, she knew that she was leaving this place empty-handed. Fully clothed, cleaned, and her wounds dressed, the only fear on her face was directed towards them as opposed to the Amagi. If anything, she was looking towards Izuku to protect her. She shouldn't have let Izuku take her. It would only make things harder when she tried to take Eva to the station and attempted to return her to her family. Not only that, but removing Eva could damage relationships between the police and the Amagi after such a successful joint venture as well. The translator she had brought with her dabbed his forehead with a cloth. Despite his stern and disciplined look, he was probably more nervous than anyone here. Especially with Tanaka sitting between them and the exit. Sho and Ito were notably absent, but they were likely busy with whatever task Hanabi had asked of them. Essie started to open her mouth, but was silenced when Hanabi held up her hand. Before we get to the main reason why you're here, why don't you share the information from the investigation? Hanabi offered with a smile. Just so we don't lose focus on what our current goal is? Trigger. Compared to a single girl found in a cage, no, she wasn't that pragmatic. She could do both. She could return Eva to her family and work with the Amagi to remove a trigger supplier from the streets. She was an optimist, right? Of course, Dissy nodded and opened her briefcase. She pulled out a carefully prepared folder and slid it into the empty ground between her and Hanabi. In total, we were able to make 23 arrests and have made several connections to, her eyes were drawn towards Eva. Several human trafficking operations and have several investigations underway. With any luck, last week's events will lead towards many more arrests and many children being returned to their homes. The relief those words should have brought was weighed down by how large this operation appeared to be. There were so many missing people in Japan, how many were a result of this? Some countries in the world, those that had fallen into quirktocracies where those with strong quirks ruled, still used slaves. Eva, Hanabi said in a firm tone as she glanced back towards the girl then gestured towards the file. Eva stood and nodded. With her short, blood-red hair, loose button-up shirt, and slacks, she appeared to be nothing more than a boy that had fallen one too many times on some sharp rocks. Eva's steps were noticeably slow as she moved towards the folder, only for her to grab the file and run back to Hanabi. Thank you, Eva. Hanabi gave a sweet, grandmotherly smile and accepted the file from Eva before she patted the girl on the arm. Eva paused, then nodded before she made her way back to her seat. That was a flex. Already, Hanabi had Eva wrapped around her finger. Combined with the girl's apparent fear of cops, Essie could feel herself losing ground. And the shy Hasakai? Hanabi asked. Her pleasant smile turned into a hard, firm line that could freeze a volcano. Essie winced. Right? Unfortunately, we haven't found any solid links towards them. Just distributors mostly. The only connection we have for the supplier is a drop-off location, but, since the news report, she glanced towards Izuku, while his name wasn't directly mentioned in any of the reports, it was impossible to keep it under wraps that a police raid happened in the middle of the day behind a populated shopping district. And the fact that Ryujin could be heard throughout the entire city block made it hard to keep anything under wraps. It's likely that that location has been abandoned. Hanabi let out a sigh that made the entire room feel older. Still, this should stop the sale in our territory. It'll be up to you and the heroes to find the rest. Hanabi waved her hand dismissively. Though, I might have to get off my ass and talk to that old fart myself. Essie bowed, a show of gratitude and respect. We would appreciate your further cooperation in this. Of course. Hanabi cracked her neck and glared forward, her face as immutable as the stone of Mount Fuji. Now then, that facade shattered when it shifted into a kindly grandmother's smile that lorded over her. It reminded Izzy of her own grandmother. No matter what happened, she had the kindly smile that hid the inevitability of being fed more than she could eat. Though, Hanabi's smile promised starvation. Why don't we get into the meat of the issue? With a small glance back, Hanabi looked Eva in the eye and nodded. Eva, the girl's head whipped around fast. Oni sobereatsieze, vam neskolkeo vaprasov, korosho? Se turned towards her translator. He leaned in and whispered into her ear. She was asking Eva if it's okay if we ask her some questions. Vi mos hitim skazit? Eva kept her head down and to the side. Oni mogatni pavrit, Hanabi said with a light frown. No ya mogu poprobavat, no vam vse ravno pridetsia atvidit, na neskolkeo vaprasov? Eva asked if Hanabi can answer the questions for her, and Hanabi said that we might not believe her and that she'll have to answer a few questions regardless. I see you brought a good translator. Hanabi gave a small nod and an actual pleasant smile. Now then, shall I begin with what Eva has told us? Yes, Issy nodded and squared herself. The more she learned about Eva, the more likely it would be that they can reunite her with her family. She's from Les Smrti? Or not? Les Smrti was complicated for a number of reasons. First was that it was an autonomous zone of Russia that spanned the range of the Baltic Sea all the way to the border of Germany. While Russia may claim the territory, it couldn't be further from the truth. Les Smrti was a Quirktocracy. Second, its ruler, simply known as Sire, was incredibly powerful and was the boogeyman of all of Europe for the past 50 years. Third, half the population was enslaved to a ruling class of those with strong quirks. It was hell on earth. She hasn't told me much about her time there, Hanabi continued with barely a pause. Her mother had been killed, and she had been sold shortly after her quirk had developed. She was moved around a lot, oftentimes drugged after she tried to escape once or twice. Eventually, she ended up here. She wasn't sure where she was going next, but she heard the word doctor a few times. Hanabi gave a soft smile and tilted her head to the side like she was some kind of troublemaking high school anime girl teasing her crush. Needless to say, she doesn't want to go back. Whatever moral argument she had for returning Eva to her home had been completely shattered in a matter of moments. That's understandable. What else do you know about her? Besides the fact that she's doing her best to eat me out of house and home? Not much. She's about 16, never had a birthday. Her quirk appears to be a simple mutation of advanced muscles and bones. Hanabi flipped her hand and looked back towards Eva. Oh, and she wants to stay with us. Well, mostly she wants to stay with Izuku. That was the Yakuza way of saying, neener, she likes us more. He let out a desperate sigh and scratched the back of her head. The worst-case scenario of the Amagi gaining another bruiser that could match up with Tanaka had just become a reality. Is it all right if we ask Eva a few questions? Hanabi nodded. Ask her if she's from Les Smrti. Her translator nodded and cleared his throat. Vi is Lisa Smrti? Eva stared at them for a few moments before she nodded. That was about all they got out of Eva. Yes and no's, with a few one-word answers springing up in the mix. With no family to go home to, and a house willing to take her in, the end result was set in stone. Eva would join the Amagi. Better than a villain group. She did have one hope. Excuse me. Izuku watched as Essie broke from her fellow officers and headed towards him, slinking from side to side to avoid the large exodus of people leaving the meeting room as a whole. It didn't help that many of the Amagi members present were old and moved a bit slowly compared to SAE's relative youth. Not that she was old, probably only about 25, even if her ash-colored hair wouldn't be out of place on an older woman. Eva tensed as the woman approached and took another step behind Izuku. He didn't understand her fear of the police, but he couldn't blame her. Not with where she had come from and what she had gone through. Maybe foreign police somewhere along the line helped move her along. Izuku smiled and held out his hand to the officer. Did you need anything? He took his hand without an ounce of hesitation. It would have been so easy to picture a younger version of himself freaking out that a pretty woman like A was touching him. Constant exposure to Orie helped too. Yeah, actually. With her free hand, he pushed her hair out of her face and let out a long, desperate sigh. She let go of his hand and pulled out her cell phone. Actually, I was hoping to get your number. A very irritated noise came from Orie. Izuku blinked. Why? Realization spread across SAE's face like a light bulb. Oh gosh, no, I don't mean like that, I meant professionally, Yura. Well, you're clearly, he gestured towards him and then sighed. I really don't know what to say about this, but just exchanging numbers between us could be helpful. I mean, if anything happens with Eva, you might need to call me, or if there's anything you want to talk about, or if I need your help with something, and I'm going to be honest, your grandmother terrifies me. Hanabi's sharp cackle from just outside alerted both of them that they weren't exactly in a private area. Oh, sure, I guess that'll be useful. Was there some rule to a Yakuza having a police officer's number on their phone? Wait, was he Yakuza? Anyone that looked at his tattoos would say yes. And don't be afraid to call me for stuff like that, Raid. I don't mind helping out. Good, Issy let out a breath of relief. Now then, she held out her phone and gave a pleasant smile. Shall we? Sure, just don't blame me if Orie steals my phone and messes with you. Would she really do that? Yes, Orie shouted as she bounced over, and he could feel her smugness just radiating off of her. Eva peered from around him and looked at the phones with narrowed eyes. With that, he officially had SE's number, and Eva was officially a member of the Amagi. The older Wackin got, the more he resembled a lion that had been skinned and turned into leather, with only the head and mane of the lion being left untouched. His still sharp, white, and all their teeth were the envy of several of the other aging members. A plague of dentures were upon them, of which there was no stopping. Hanabi stared at the large bruise on his shoulder and the way the bones beneath it weren't quite where they should be. She's quite a handful, isn't she? Just fix it? Anyone else I'd tell to go fuck. She placed her hand on his shoulder and pressed it back into place with a warm and powerful strike that was accompanied by her healing flames, themselves with a cactus. Fuck. Wackin rolled the shoulder slightly and closed his eyes. Stoic as always, he showed the effects of his age less than others, even though he was nearing 70. I shouldn't have let her throw me like that. You're never too old to learn new shit. She hummed and kept her hands pressed onto the bruise. Most wounds like this she'd let heal themselves, mostly out of laziness, but right now she wanted to have a talk with Wackin. They had things to discuss, and her little hospital beneath the main house was incredibly private. So tell me, what do you think about Eva? It's a shame. Oh, she's a girl. Do you want to die? Wackin chuckled and gave her a toothy grin. I'm in no rush to the grave. But, as for the redhead, she's a natural fighter. More so than your grandson at any rate. Her quirk is impressive, enhanced musculature and bones, such a clean and powerful quirk. Once she has some meat on her bones, I reckon she'll do more than dislocate my shoulder with a throw. She's also loyal to Izuku. Makes me wonder if you planned it. You know me better than that, Wackin. She let out a long breath and stared at his shoulder, slowly watching the bruise vanish beneath her flames. I've always been good at taking advantage of what fate gives me. Like you have with Izuku? She stopped healing him. The boy was already on his way out of his home. You just expedited it and forced him to come to us? Wackin wasn't looking at her anymore. It's still eating Ida up? Everything is eating that boy up. He blames himself for everything. Hanabi let out a long sigh that made her feel far older than she actually was, and she was pretty fucking old at this point. I'll tell Izuku eventually, take the blame, help him get back in touch with his mother. Assuming that woman doesn't pull another stunt like calling in a kidnapping. Wackin grunted and looked up at her. I'm still not sure if Izuku is right for the job. He will be. She placed her back against the wall and closed her eyes. He'll have to be. Things are picking up again, aren't they? Wackin asked. She nodded slowly. I would have loved to groom Izuku for a few years, really set him on the path of leading the Amagi, but time is not on our side. I don't know how much time we have to prepare. The villains are moving again, getting ballsy after their attack on UA Trigger is showing up again, and the shy Hasakai have their fingers deep in that pie. The Tokyo clan is also acting strange. They're organizing for the first time in 2 fucking decades. Then there's that creature. Creature? The one on the news that helped the villains attack UA. Hanabi rolled her hand over and opened her eyes. It was called a Nomu, right? Yeah, apparently it was some experiment or something. It had multiple quirks. Wackin recognized what she was saying in a heartbeat. You don't think he's still out there, do you? I never saw a corpse. She bit her thumb and glanced towards the clock. I hope I'm wrong. She also hoped she could get Izuku ready for the coming storm. Perhaps she should give him a chance to be a kid, if only for a few more minutes. XXXX. Kyudai Garaki pawed at the top of his scalp. If he had any hair left, he'd have torn it out at this rate. Such a perfectly good specimen gone stolen, robbed from right under their noses. This was what they got for relying on common thugs and drug dealers to transport the girl. No amount of cash could get punks like that to be anywhere near as useful as they should have been. He should have just turned them all into Nomu. But not a single one would have been a match for that girl. She was perfect. A simple mutation quirk that made her body basically human ++ was perfect for a high-end Nomu. Just thinking about all that wasted potential now that she was free and out there in Tokyo was driving him mad. Now he had a test tube that was empty, quirks awaiting a new host. His master needed an army, and that test subject, the first of his Nomu, was a success, but they could go even further than that. He wanted an army of high-end Nomu that could do more. Nomu that could crush All Might like an insect. And that girl would have made it so much easier. The monitors of his computer blinked, changing from the various images he had been monitoring as he perfected his Nomu to the same stern visage on each monitor. The woman's gorgeous face looked to be carved in marble. Add to that her alabaster skin, and she truly looked like the idea of a human magnified and perfected 100 times over. Through beauty alone, she deserved to rule. But that was nothing compared to her might, intelligence, and charisma. Sire, Kyudai scrambled and rushed over to his seat in front of the computer. Her face sneered when she saw him. Beautiful and charismatic she might be, but even if he hadn't dedicated his life to All for One, he would never bow to her. While All for One sought to stop the evolutions of quirks, Sire sought to expedite their evolution. Though that hatred waned when he saw her. To what do I owe the pleasure? She smiled, showing a single powerful fang that could crush a rock. I'm still missing my payment, dear doctor. Well, we haven't received the girl yet, so. She shifted in her seat. The royal regalia she wore shifted. The exposed cleavage of her chest seemed to be born from a compromise of both her breasts and her muscles wanting to be free. I recall the deal was, I send you the girl, and you send me your data? Well, yes, but we never received her. That girl was valuable. I could have turned her into one of my elite soldiers, or bred her for more with her quirk. She had so much potential. Sire let out a long breath and narrowed her eyes that were less a pupil and more a collection of stars swirling in a darkened void. Your failure to secure her does not make her worthless. So we're to go without? Better you than me. Sire's smile only crept up one side of her face. Now then, give me the data. The secrets to making the Nomu. The artificial quirks. Years of research. He would just give all that away? Yes, the girl would have been worth it, but they no longer had the girl. But, Doctor? All for One's voice dragged throughout their darkened hideout. Give it to her. Ah, I see the little demon still has his senses. Sire chuckled with the kind of smugness that could only belong to someone that thought the whole world was theirs to do with as they please. His master was different. He did not think that the world belonged to him, but he was the only man that could save it from destruction as quirks grew more and more complicated to the point that they would control the humans. Well, You heard him, doctor. I'll be awaiting my data. Her laugh was cut off when the monitors switched back to their normal screens. Kyudai let out a breath he hadn't been aware he had been holding and let his entire body relax. Sire lived up to her name. When it came to quirks, hers may very well be as powerful as if not more so than All for One. After he caught his breath, he made his way towards the room where his master lay. The low hissing noise of his breathing reminded him of his master's terrible state at the moment. But it was only a matter of time until he had a perfect vessel that would put him on par with Sire. Master, Kyudai whispered as he approached All for One's bedside. Are you sure about this? All for One took in a deep and labored breath as a smile appeared on his broken face. For now, Sire is more valuable as an ally, and continuing our relationship with her will bear fruits. But we have nothing to show for her. We have the girl. All for One chuckled. We simply need to go and get her. Are you sure? I don't think Shiga. No, I'm no longer going to be giving him orders, only supporting him as a good master. Send a Nomu. A Nomu? It won't have anyone to give it orders and make one that can get it done. That will take time. All for One chuckled. See it done. XXXX. Sue, do you know what she wants? Orie asked as she bounced beside him. Her entire body seemed to move with every single step she took, and the motion of her arms made Izuku very aware of just how rigidly he was walking. Hell, she was practically skipping. I have no idea. Izuku shrugged and placed both hands behind his head as they made the short trip towards the main building. And why are you so happy? Cast comes off tomorrow. Orie pointed towards her multicolored cast and beamed at him. And that means I'm going to pin you down and ink the ever-living shit out of you. His entire skin ached at that statement. Do you know what you want to put on me? Well, I mostly want to finish your sleeve. There's a lot of detail I can put into that, and then I was going to give your raven some background, but beyond that I'm not sure. If you think of anything practical you want, let me know. Orie waved her hand dismissively. Maybe a tiger or something that's between Raijan's and Hisashi's size. Could do a snake. I wonder how big I could make something on you. Well, I'm looking forward to it. You are? Yeah. He shrugged and smiled at her. I think I got an addiction to getting inked. An addiction to ink? They turned a corner and Orie slammed her good hand against the wall, blocking him off. Her smile flirted with his very soul, and it was impossible not to feel something as she advanced forward, especially once he felt her chest press against his own. The outline of her bra etched itself into his mind through the loose t-shirt she wore that seemed to hang over her stomach like a curtain. Or an addiction to being close to me? Both? He shrugged and smiled back at her. Then why don't you make a move? You're like blue-balling the hell out of me, and I don't even have balls. Orie dropped her arm and pouted at him. Is it just me, or have you been more desperate than normal lately? I'm not desperate, I'm just trying to get you to hurry up and woo me. You're easy. I can woo you by picking you up and kissing you against the wall, or like, taking you go-karting. Orie just gave a sadistic smile and pressed up against him more, her good hand grabbing hold of his. Couldn't you? Both of us naked. Me on top, straddling you while you're inside of me, you can barely. I can hear you two horny fucks. You know, a burst of blue flame accompanied the scream as the realization dawned that flirting right in front of his grandmother's room wasn't exactly the best idea. See, you being desperate got us in trouble? Izuku whispered as they continued on their way. I wouldn't be so desperate if you'd stop flirting with other women. What? I don't even talk to other women. Sae Eva. What? You're jealous of them? I'm a very jealous and protective person. If it helps, I'm a boob person. Oh, I hadn't noticed. Orie gave him a sly smile, placing one hand on her cheek while she hooked her arm under her breasts. They stepped into his grandmother's room and saw her sitting at her table with a very annoyed look on her face. She took in a deep breath and then glared at them both. I understand you're both horny teenagers, but keep that shit where I can't see it. Sorry. Izuku scratched the back of his head and sighed. What did you want from us? I have tickets. Hanabi gestured towards the 2 slips of paper and badges that sat on her tea table. An associate of mine gave them to me as a show of faith. Normally I'd toss them out or offer them to someone else, but I figured that you'd enjoy going to the sports festival. Izuku? The sports festival? He nearly shouted as he stepped forward to grab the tickets off the table. They were real. Well, he'd never felt a sports festival ticket before, but it certainly felt real. I thought that these were rare and… He paused as recent events played in his mind. Are they still holding it after the attack? Hanabi nodded. A show of strength is but one of many ways to mourn and honor the fallen. Just as the villains have been whipped up into a frenzy because of the attack, so too have the heroes. Both sides are amping up, and the sports festival will help show the public that the heroes are still strong. They couldn't afford not to host it? That makes sense. Izuku looked at the tickets and smiled. How many times had he watched the sports festival with his face glued to the TV? How many times had he dreamed about participating? The answer was a lot. Thank you for the tickets? My pleasure, sweetie. Now let me be a bitter old woman in peace and go flirt somewhere else. 2 nights before the meeting with the police. They won't take you back to your country. Hanabi's voice lingered like the smoke from her long pipe as they sat in the dark room filled with the pungent scent of her smoke. Not once they find out where you're from. They'd call you a refugee, probably send you to America, help you adapt, then they'd help you live a normal life. Eva sat still, doing her best to mimic the way that the older man, Wackin, was sitting, knees out front, hands resting on his upper legs while his feet rested under his butt. It was uncomfortable, but still better than the painful position that the chains had kept her in. Part of her still thought this was still a fever dream brought about by some new drug that they had given her to keep her calm. The tactile fabric of the clothes she had been given and the scent of Hanabi's smoke kept her calm. If you chose to stay with us… Hanabi paused to take a puff from her pipe. The light rain from the storm just outside this room spoke of silence and reminded Eva of the night she had been taken. You will not live a normal life. We are criminals. Yakuza. Eva twisted the foreign-sounding word in her mouth. Yakuza? Hanabi nodded. We are the Amagi group. We do many things that are illegal. Eva bit her lips softly. The food in her stomach was weighing her down, making her thoughts feel sluggish as all she could think about was returning to the soft and cozy bed she had been given after Izuku had brought her here. Even if sleep called to her, she knew that there were bound to be nightmares. She would sleep and wake back up in the cage again. Like me? Hanabi raised a gray eyebrow and took in a long puff of her pipe. Ah, you mean keeping girls in cages? Eva nodded. No, we don't do that. Relief, second only to the taste of freedom, washed over her, and Eva held a tight fist over her pounding heart. Good. I want to stay. Hanabi made an annoyed noise and curled her lip into a sneer. You don't know what that means. I get to stay close to Izuku. Ever since she had seen that strange lizard puppy creature that had melted her chains, she had felt safe, and when she saw that same creature crawl into Izuku, she knew that he was the one that freed her. She owed him so much. He had set her free, he had let her fight back. He had brought her here where she could have tasty food and a warm bed. She wanted to do everything she could to repay him and more. Even if she couldn't understand a single word Izuku said. Orikana Kusogaki. Hanabi growled and took another long and frustrated puff out of her pipe. You're aware of what that means, right? Eva tilted her head before she nodded. I'll be a criminal. I'll be an Amagi? The smoke poured out of Hanabi's mouth like the smokestack of a train plowing through the snow-filled fields of her village. It was one of the few memories of that place she could hold without the taste of bile rising in her throat. With the tap of her pipe against the tray, Hanabi met Eva's eyes. If you stay, you will have to fight? Fight? Yes. You have a strong quirk, one that you can't help but use, and one that is also subtle while being extraordinary. Your enhanced muscles and bones make you an ideal fighter, and Izuku is going to need strong fighters at his side. So, will you fight? Fight for Izuku? Yes. That was quick. Did you even think about that? Look, I already have a bunch of brats around here that don't think, and like 2 that overthink and then randomly decide that they don't need to think anymore and pull dumb shit all the time. About halfway through her rant, Hanabi started to talk in that other language, Japanese. The tirade went on until a cough from Wackin interrupted her. Hanabi, Wackin growled. Hanabi's eyes went wide and then she shuffled in her seat before placing her pipe down. Sorry, she spoke in Russian once again. Got a little carried away. Anyways, don't agree to things so quickly. You got a brain in your head, and the last thing I need is another meathead like Tanaka charging into things. Hanabi glared. You're getting a tutor. One that can teach you Japanese and make you smart. Tutor? Yes. Now then, I want you to think about this. Hanabi let out a labored breath. Do you really wish to fight for us? You'll be giving up a chance for a normal, peaceful life where your life won't be in danger quite so often. Are you really willing to give that up for a life where you'll have to fight constantly? Eva blinked and turned her gaze down towards her hands. She could still see the blood on them from where she had beat one of her captors to death. I've never had a choice before. But I want to fight for Izuku. Fine. Hanabi seemed both upset and happy about that choice. You can't even speak the same language and you're already in love with him. But that's a problem for future me, and she's a corpse. So, I'll get you a tutor, and Wackin over here will teach you how to fight? Eva blinked and then looked towards Wackin, who gave her a tooth-filled grin. XXXX. Life at the Amagi compound was strange, almost as strange as the freedom she now had and the responsibilities that came along with it. She could walk around the compound, but there were rooms that she couldn't go in. Most of them were private as far as she knew. Then there was Hanabi's garden where she was told explicitly not to touch any of the plants because they could make her sick. She could even leave the compound if she wanted, but she'd have to have someone go with her, not because they were afraid that she'd run away, but rather because the city they were in, Tokyo, was massive. From what she had seen of the city, she was afraid she'd get lost too. The few times she had left with someone, they had nearly been swallowed by a sea of people. Not so long ago, she didn't even think there were that many people in the whole world. Then there was the food, mostly rice, vegetables, fish, and sometimes a bit of meat. It took her a single bite to obtain a taste for it. It beat the scraps and dog food she had been given in the cages. Her favorite was by far a giant bowl of ramen that had her feeling like her stomach was going to burst. Apparently she was malnourished, but because of her quirk, she had to eat more than normal, so the short one, least tall, Sho had to keep an eye on her. While her new life was amazing compared to her life in a cage, it was not without fault. She had to deal with an abundance of free time. Once her lessons with Wackin and her tutor were finished, she was left with nothing to really do unless someone wanted to spend time with her, but everyone else seemed to be busy. And she could barely speak to most of them. So, she found herself sitting in her room reading a language book she had been given. Her door opened to the sunny spring day. Eva-chan, that would be Orie, who was a full head taller than her and had more boobs than head. No one needed that much boob. Why did Izuku seem to spend so much time around her? Orie's tight clothing, a simple red tank top and a pair of short black shorts, was hell-bent on showing off every single curve that Eva didn't have. Not that Orie's boobs were why Eva didn't like her, Orie was just annoying. Her showing up, saying her name like that, and then leaving was just something that happened. Hello, Orie-sen. Eva felt the awkward Japanese words twist in her mouth. The idea of an honorific wasn't a new one. She had called plenty of people lord in the past, but nearly everyone had some kind or another in Japan. Sama was for Hanabi, the elders whose name she didn't know, and Izuku, while sensei was for Wackin and her tutor, and everyone else, including Orie, was san. She had an idea of what chan and kun were, but they were confusing. Orie laughed and swayed further into Eva's room, pulling out a needle she had seen Orie use on Izuku several times before. A glow came from Orie's hidden red eye as she brought the needle up to her own cheek and petted it softly. She looked crazy. Eva-chan, let me ink you, Orie said in Russian. Broken Russian, but still Russian. Please. Eva felt her eyes go wide as she looked at Orie. Bits of inks and paints stained Orie's arms and clothing, with most of her tattoos on full display. You can speak Russian? Orie winced and pinched two of her fingers together. Just a little. Oh. Eva blinked, but her excitement didn't completely vanish. Someone else that she could talk to, even if it was Orie. Why? Little sister, Orie shouted happily. Me always want 1 and ink. Little sister? Eva tilted her head to the side and stared at Orie's mocking smile. Ink? 1 second. Orie picked up her phone and spoke some Japanese that Eva could barely understand. A moment later, the phone spoke for Orie. My unusual behavior is to give people art. The art does stuff. Izuku has a lot. I like to art people. You have good skin and it will help us bond. I also want to have you as a younger sister. Sorry I didn't learn more Russian. Eva stared at the phone and then looked back towards Orie's grin. You learned Russian for me? Her nose crinkled and her brow furrowed. Why? Orie gave a big nod that had her pure white hair whipping about her head. Yes, I wanted to talk to you. Oh, okay. Eva coughed and grasped at the air with her hands as she tried to think of the right words to say in either language. She chose Japanese. What do you want to do? Orie tapped her needle on the side of her cheek. Let's take a bath. She grabbed her phone and spoke into it again. And talk about your body art? She wasn't quite sure if she agreed or if Orie just decided for her. Orie was a lot. Not just physically. A towel that could easily cover Eva's whole body could barely contain Orie's abundance, but also in terms of personality. Just from what little they could understand from each other, Eva had quickly gathered that Orie could talk for ages about anything, but that she also had a lot of personality. Sure, some of that personality made Eva want to scream, but at the same time, it was hard to be bored when she was around Orie. Even something like a bath was more than just a bath when Orie was involved. The large bath had taken her by surprise the first time she had seen it. Orie had been there too, along with Hanabi, as they delicately scrubbed her body. Just like before, the long soak that followed the cleaning wasn't about removing dirt, but was for something else. Eva still didn't quite understand it, but it was nice. Next time, Orie grabbed hold of Eva's shoulder and pulled her close so that her shoulder brushed against Orie's large breasts as they dangled just above the water. We should go to an onsen. Onsen? Eva tried to keep her eyes forward towards the pure warm water that sat before her. The bath was large enough that Orie didn't have to sit right next to her. But she did. Isn't this? Nope, onsen are outside. Orie gestured towards the ceiling with her free hand and gave Eva a great big smile. You can see the sky. Isn't that cold? Nope. Oh. So, Orie ran a hand along Eva's arm, staring at it with an expression that was close to hunger. Do you know what you want? For a tattoo? Eva asked, her brow furrowing as she watched Orie closely. Her eyes kept being drawn towards those giant breasts. Did they float? Orie was tall enough that only the bottom part of her breasts rested on the water. Why do I need one? Oh, I looked this up. Orie gave a grin that let Eva count the number of teeth she had. 1cc, Orie said in Russian. My special ability lets me draw art on people. My pictures can give extra stuff. Orie stood in the bath and all but shoved her thigh into Eva's face. She pointed towards the tree with pink leaves that dominated most of Orie's leg. My tree made me taller. The water splashed Eva in the face when Orie sat down in front of her and held up her boobs. Also made chest larger, Orie pointed towards the flower that partially spread onto each breast. This one makes prettier. Orie then pointed towards a black and white circle on her shoulder. Don't know about that one. So, Eva spoke in Japanese. Tattoo will make me. She looked at Orie's chest and found that even in Russian she had no words. Instead, she held her hands out in front of her own chest. Like this? Maybe, Orie said in Russian. It's weird. Orie leaned over out of the tub and grabbed her phone, her fingers using the device at blazing speed before once again it spoke for her. Intent from both of us matters. But, sometimes not. If a tattoo is important to you, then it'll do more, I think. Oh, you like that word, huh? It's easy. For a few timeless moments, Orie sat in front of Eva, forcing both of them to maintain a polite eye contact as the older girl's grin grew more and more. Hey, Eva. Can you call me Nay-san? Nay-san? What's that? Big sister. Earn it? Orie's grin only grew. You're such a brat, I love it. A message from Orie? It was a picture. That's a lot of boob. Izuku glanced over towards Hitoshi, who was looking at the photo of Orie that Izuku had made the mistake of opening in public. Hitoshi looked at him and, with the usual dry look on his face, shrugged. What? If you didn't want me to comment, you shouldn't have opened a selfie from your girlfriend. Izuku groaned and looked at the still-opened photo. It was of Orie, using her arm to hide her nipples and with a towel over her lap, sitting right next to Eva, her face twisted in confusion while she held a towel tight to her body. With a sigh, he smiled and closed the image. At least it looked like Orie was getting along with Eva. Yeah, you're right, I should have known better. You'd think after she sent you a bra pic in the middle of Polsai you would have learned. Hitoshi leaned back into the stadium seat and stared down at the field where several first-year students were running around doing various events before the main event got started. Hard to believe not too long ago 2 students died. Izuku glanced around the packed stadium and was once again thankful for the great seats that his grandmother had gotten him. Yeah, but I think that's why they're trying so hard. They're mourning by doing their best. How sagely of you. Hitoshi's smile, and his sense of humor as a whole, was dry enough to catch fire in a monsoon. As great as the first 2 events were, this treasure hunt is pretty boring. Yeah, Izuku examined the field and he saw one person he recognized from the exam, that orange-haired girl that had helped him out, the one with big hands. She was currently carrying another student back to the judge. How about we go backstage? I have a friend that's going to be competing in the tournament, and I wanted to distract him. He said he put me on a list. Now that sounds like a great idea. Hitoshi stood and then cracked his neck with a loud pop that had one of the other members of the audience flinching. If it wasn't for the extra security, they might just assume we're recruiters. Compared to how the rest of the fans and students looked, both him and Hitoshi were overdressed. With their button-up shirts and slacks, they were a jacket away from having a full 3-piece suit look, though with lighter spring colors than the stark black and white that was common. For Hitoshi, his shirt was a soft lavender that nearly matched his hair, while Izuku wore a light red shirt that flirted with being called pink. Eva had picked it out. Izuku laughed. I don't think they allow recruiters to talk to students until after the sports festival. They might even have to go through the school. But they're in college, aren't they? Izuku could only shrug. Yeah, but they're heroes. Rules are different for them. Ain't that the truth? Hitoshi stuck his hands firmly in his pockets while they wandered down the vast corridors behind the stands. People, crews, and students clogged the way with the filler events currently taking place. But it's not like we didn't try to become heroes ourselves. Aren't we both still thinking about it? That was a question more towards himself than it was towards Hitoshi. Yeah, I suppose, but life is getting in the way of stuff like that, you know? Hitoshi rubbed the back of his neck, his poor posture on full display. I can barely keep up with classes as it is. Yeah, you're working full-time, huh? More than full. Owning a business is eating my free time, and my employees are such a goddamn handful. I admire your conviction. Izuku nudged Hitoshi's arm and smiled at him. Thanks for coming, by the way. This would have been boring on my own. Yeah, I'm surprised Orie didn't want to come with you. Wouldn't this have been a good date? Hitoshi mumbled. Izuku flipped his to swat the idea away. You've met Orie, you know how she is. She said that the sports festival was boring. Besides, she wanted to spend the day with Eva. Eva? The redhead in the photo? There was a redhead? There was more to it than that, of course. While Orie didn't really want to go to the sports festival, her main priority was unknown time with Eva. Sure, he could have invited Sho, but he was busy, he was always busy, and Ida declined without any reason. Tanaka had agreed, but had been promptly vetoed by Hanabi because trying to get permission from the police would be a headache. Besides, Izuku gave a half shrug before they turned to walk down the stairs. I figured we could use a break before midterms. Despair crossed Hitoshi's face before he placed his hand against his forehead. God, don't remind me. At this rate, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to go bald before I graduate. At the very least, you'd probably look good bald. Izuku gestured towards his own wild hair and smiled. I'm not sure if your style of bedhead in a wind turbine is going to get you any points. They passed through 2 checkpoints on the way down towards the contestants. One was a metal detector, and the other was just a guest check-in. So, what's this friend of yours like? You're going to hate him. Sounds fun. Izuku followed the vague directions that he had been given and eventually arrived at contestant room C4. Which was fitting, given what it contained. Back off, you crazy bitch. Izuku stopped and then looked towards Hitoshi and smiled numbly. Well, we're here. I'm shaking in anticipation. Settle down, a second, female, voice shouted at Katsuki. I need to perform maintenance. You're so rough with my brother's baby. I can't believe he gave you one. Brother? Oh, don't tell me. Izuku muttered as he opened the room to see 3 UA students in the room, and he recognized all of them. First was his childhood friend, who was being held to a bed while someone attempted to remove his artificial leg. Second was the redhead he had met in the bathroom during the entrance exams, who was currently holding Katsuki to the bed. Third was someone who he had never officially met, but had seen a few times, the little sister of May Hatsume, Mimi, more commonly known as May. May looked at him with a wide smile. "You're that monkey guy, hey, come over here and—" Izuku's Katsuki flailed against Ijiro's grip and placed his hand over May's mouth. "Get this bitch off of he." Katsuki pulled his hand back. "Why the hell did you lick me?" "Oh hey, why did that taste like nitroglycerin?" "That's my quirk." "That's amazing, you should let me make some babies for you sometime. I bet I could make something really cool with that, ooh. Like a missile or like a motorcycle that runs off of it, ooh, or a jet." "Let go of my leg first." "No." "Oh hey man," Ijiro said with both hands on Katsuki's chest. "It's been a while. Did I show up at a bad time or?" There was a hiss as Katsuki's fake leg detached from his body, and May held it in her arms and gave a deep giggle that made Izuku question her sanity before she sprinted off to the table where a bag of tools waited for her. The gleeful sounds that followed were slightly unnerving. "Fuck," Katsuki swore and rubbed the connector where flesh met metal. "That fucking hurts, you know. Better than it exploding." Katsuki let out a growl and sat back up, his eyes glaring daggers at everyone in the room. "Thanks for not helping, Izuku." Izuku shrugged and gestured towards May. "Listen to your doctor." "She's not my doctor. She's some annoying bitch that won't leave me alone because her brother built my leg." Katsuki slapped Ijiro in the chest. "Traitor," he said to fix it. May didn't even look back. "But if you hear me swear and start running, I suggest you do the same." That sounded about what he'd expect from May. Somehow, Otto was the sane one. So, Izuku right?" Ijiro scratched the back of his head and stepped forward, holding out his hand. "It's good to see you again, but, what are you doing here?" Ijiro looked behind him to where Hitoshi was no doubt standing with an amused smile on his face. "And who's he?" "Nice to see you too, Ijiro. It's been a while." Izuku took the redhead's rough hand and nodded back towards Hitoshi. "This is Hitoshi, he's a classmate of mine from Tokyo U." He then smirked at Katsuki. "And as for that angry Pomeranian, up yours? We're childhood friends. I'm mostly here for entertainment, but I figured I'd give Katsuki moral support." Ijiro looked back at Katsuki, who was currently stretching his middle fingers. "I don't think he wants any moral support." "Holy shit, that's the smartest thing you've ever said." "So," Hitoshi spoke up and pointed towards Katsuki's lack of a leg. "Was he that pissed off at the world before or after? Born that way? Fuck you." And those were his first words. Katsuki just glared. Wait, he's not denying it? Ijiro looked between Izuku and Katsuki with wide eyes. Was it really? According to his mother. Bro. Ijiro stood dumbfounded for a few seconds. That's kind of manly. Izuku, as soon as the greasy peach over there is done with my leg, I'm shoving it up your ass. Katsuki growled. What? May spun and looked at them. Why would you do that? It sounds painful. Quit talking and get back to work. But I'm done. Then give me my leg back. Say please. Katsuki glared for a few long seconds before he let out a huff. Please give me my leg back so I can kick your ass later. Sure, May brought the leg over and began to reattach it to Katsuki's leg. There was a quick hiss followed by a charging sound and then a groan of pain as May pulled on something that secured the leg. Son of fuck, Katsuki grabbed the sheets and closed his eyes. Izuku stepped forward to examine the leg. Does it really hurt that much? Of course, May sent both arms wide and leaned to the side. Her cheerful expression was very misplaced. You see, because the nerve endings were in good enough condition, my brother was able to connect to them. This means that the leg is hyper-responsive and can provide some senses as well. However, the downside is that removing the leg feels like we're actually removing it, which apparently hurts a lot. Don't say shit like that with that crazy grin on your face. Katsuki tossed a pillow at May's face. She dodged it. Anyways, May stuck out her hand. Nice to meet you. Mr. Champ will be taking that title back this summer though. Yeah, Izuku shook her hand and sighed. Good luck in the tournament. May gave him a blank look before her face lit up. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to fight, I have a lot to get ready by. She was out the door before she finished talking. Champ? Ijiro asked and looked at Izuku. What's she talking about? That girl has a mouth as big as her tits, Katsuki growled. I'll let you lie your way out of this one. You saying it's a lie is just as bad. Izuku flailed his arms and sighed. Oh well, it wasn't like anyone here was going to go blabbing. Like, I could have just said I beat her in shogi or something. That girl doesn't look like she can sit still long enough to play tic-tac-toe. Hitoshi killed that idea with the logical equivalent of a shotgun. So, what's she talking about, Mr. Champ? Izuku shrugged and unbuttoned his shirt, goading Raijin onto his chest. Well, after I got Raijin here, I wanted to see how strong he was, and put him in a robot fighting tournament. He won. Ijiro smiled. Bro, that's pretty manly. Hitoshi said nothing. Yeah, and after I win this tournament, I'll take you on myself. Katsuki gave a vicious smirk. Champ versus champ. Sorry, I only fight when there's money on the line. Unfortunately, that only made Katsuki grin even wider. Just a few more touches? Izuku kept his eyes closed, focusing on the sensation of Orie's needle pressing into his back. Despite the pain, he had missed the sensation of Orie inking him. Given his quirk, it was only natural that he would come to crave getting a new tattoo. It was a miracle he survived so long without getting one. Once he had gotten used to the pain, there was no better way for him to relax. He heard a light gasp from his left. The same could not be said for Eva. Izuku opened his eyes and stared at the red-headed girl. Her eyes were closed shut, and she was biting her lip in discomfort while Orie worked her magic on Eva's back. Getting tattoos together was her idea, and so far she had been able to handle the pain associated with getting a tattoo from Orie, something even Tanaka wasn't too keen on doing. Eva. Her green eyes snapped open. They were close enough that he could see her pupils focus in on him. You're doing good. Orie's almost done. She stared at him for a few more seconds before she smiled and closed her eyes again. Daw, that's so sweet. Orie gave a mocking noise and leaned down to look Izuku in the eyes. Despite the fact that she wasn't the one getting a tattoo, she had also taken her shirt off, showing off her black and red bra. How come you never say stuff like that to me? You're doing good. You're almost done. Oomph, Orie pouted and resumed her ever so slightly malicious carving of flesh. You're lucky you're cute? Izuku just hummed and closed his eyes again. The warm spring air fluttering in from the outside made this relaxing Sunday so much more relaxing than it should have been. The events of the sports festival were still fresh in his mind. Katsuki clawed his way into first place despite Shoto Todoroki's summoned glaciers of ice that nearly crushed their seats. Towards the end, Shoto started to use his flames, but by then it was too late. After his day pass had been used up, he managed to watch both the sophomore and senior tournaments at home. The sophomores weren't anything special, but the seniors? They were something else. Nijire Hado, Tamaki Amajiki, and Mirio Togata. Those were names he was going to remember. Orie resumed working on his back again. This newest tattoo, partially designed by Eva in the form of a crude sketch, was being placed on his lower back just slightly off to the left and overlapping slightly with Raijin. I love your quirk, Orie said, running a hand along his back. She leaned down and he felt her soft lips press down between his shoulder blades. The sensation was somehow more vibrant than her needle. You're like a fancy tablet. I can move my art around, then I can view it in 3D and watch it get up and go running. She all but moaned those last words. You are my favorite canvas. But you're more to me than that. I am? Izuku opened his eyes and caught Eva staring at him while he attempted to get a good look at Orie. Her hand on the back of his neck, gentle though it was firm in keeping him in place. Yep, Orie purred as she continued to run her needle along his back, slowly creating a work of art. That's why your tattoos are so strong. The combination between our quirks is making something wonderful. Intent matters with my quirk, you've proved that to me over and over again. So, I'm going to fill you with powerful tattoos so you keep coming back to me. Or, hey, if I inked a dick on you, what do you think would happen? And he had been this close to taking her seriously. Anyways, she slapped his ass and stood up. We're done? Izuku flopped into a sitting position and met Ori's smug grin that was filled with so much self-satisfaction, he half expected her to grab a mirror and start making out with herself. She pulled on her ponytail, and as if by design, a few strands of her pure white hair fell down over her red eye, leaving only her blue eye unobscured. To his left, Eva sat up, clutching the blanket tight to her chest with a sense of modesty that might as well be a Freudian concept for Orie. She glanced at him and then turned away, putting her back and her tattoo on full display. Is it good? Of course it's good, Orie spoke, both hands on her hips. I made it, didn't I? On her upper left shoulder was the kanji fort freedom, drawn in broad strokes, her pale skin making it pop all the more. That had been Eva's test tattoo, to make sure she was comfortable with getting a full tattoo from Orie. And she had passed with flying colors. Her reward was a creature of her own design. Nearly jet black, with depth made real only thanks to the careful highlights that showed off Orie's skills, a powerful feline stalked across Eva's back. Sleek, powerful, and agile, a large cat was perhaps the best fit for what Eva was. The cat's vibrant green eyes seemed to glow surrounded by the cat's black fur, and its powerful claws stepped carefully on invisible platforms while 5 tails trailed after it. With how the black popped from Eva's skin, the cat looked less like a tattoo and more like a photo taken moments before the predators sprung into action. It's good, Eva, he spoke in simple Japanese. I like the tails. Eva smiled and then quickly put her shirt back on before she turned to look at Izuku. Can I see yours? Yeah, bring her out, Orie cheered and sat next to Eva with eager anticipation. I want to see her in motion. Eva nodded in agreement. Izuku smiled and held out his hand, willing the yet named tattoo out of his skin and to the empty space between him, Orie, and Eva. A shadow fell over his arm as though the sun had hidden behind a tree with countless tiny bits of light still striking him through the leaves. In the spot between them, night fell despite the day around it. The shadow took shape almost instantly, its shadowy form looking like it had been carved out of the very night, with twin moons serving as eyes. The form wavered for just a moment before it solidified. Its fur ranged from black to purple to dark blues, interspersed with stars, galaxies, and nebulae alike. The cat gave a long yawn, showing off its very real teeth. Only its outline changed when it moved, as though the texture of its fur was some distant projection that could only be viewed on its fur. With a slight stretch typical of house cats, it pawed the floor before it moved forward and began to nuzzle Eva. Why does mine look different? Izuku asked, eyes locked onto a single star on the cat's head. Even as it moved, the star remained in the same spot. I thought I was supposed to get the same tattoo? Orie shrugged. They're siblings, like me and Tanaka. The connection is still there. Why else would she be so fond of Eva right off the back? Eva gave a few slow pets to the cat's head, rubbing it between the ears. Name? You name it? Her? You name her? Eva stared at the cat for a moment, her eyes not once leaving the cat's. She tilted her head to the side and then nodded. Shade? As if in response, Shade leaned forward and pressed her head against Eva's own. Ah, that's so sweet, Orie gave a playful giggle and then nudged Izuku's side. When are we going to get matching tattoos? When I'm sure it won't be a mistake. Great, lay down. Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled at Orie as she stuck her tongue out at him. Orie turned and started to speak to Eva. At this point the two might as well have had their own language that was a confused fusion of both Japanese and Russian, understandable to no one but each other. Izuku had tried to learn the language as well, but compared to Orie, who might as well have been a natural polyglot, he was struggling to get even the most basic of concepts. He managed to catch a few words. Next, his own name, something about food, onsen, and a few other choice words. What are you guys talking about? Orie glanced back towards him, then said something else in their strange mix of languages. Eva looked at him, her pale cheeks blushing slightly before she nodded. Orie gave a big grin and laughed. I was just asking what Eva wanted to do next. She pretty much just said that she was hungry and she wanted to take a bath, so I asked her if she wanted to go to an onsen. She said yes, so I asked if she wanted you to join us in the bath, and she asked if that was okay, and I said it depends on where we go, but also we should save the onsen trip for something special. Eva spoke up again. Now she said that getting her first tattoo is special. Orie gave him a great big grin. Guess you're going to be sitting in a bath flanked by two beautiful women. What happened to you being easily jealous? Eva's cute. Eva perked up again and flashed Izuku a peace sign. Izuku sighed and scratched the back of his head. On the one hand, he didn't really want to leave the compound today, but on the other hand, he'd be able to make Eva happy, but on the other hand, he was pretty sure he could convince them to take a bath here. Gee, seriously? Orie stood up and offered her hand to Eva. The usual teasing look on Orie's face was completely gone. I'm going to spell this out for you. You're the first guy that I want something more than casual with, and I know that you like me too, so why don't you take today and figure out whatever the hell is stopping you? She helped Eva stand and the two began to walk off. Because it sure as hell isn't me. The drama happened so fast that Izuku barely had the time to consider if it was staged on Orie's end, but at the same time he could hardly blame her. He had more or less been leading her on for a while now. It was just like middle school, only this time things were reversed. Damn. He looked toward Shade. I messed up, huh? Shade stared at him and gave a long yawn before vanishing into his arm. Izuku sat in front of Orie's house for a long while, his eyes locked in front of the koi pond that he had never really seen anyone tend. Part of it was that he wasn't sure how Orie felt about him. She teased him a lot, even from the first day they had met, and she was also just rather open about things. The first time she had offered sex had just come out of the blue and scared him. It just felt like that was some kind of stop to what their relationship would be. Just friends. But even when she said that she was interested in him, he had just pushed it to the side because he didn't want to take her seriously. And then there was what she said today. Izuku stood. He needed to go on a walk and clear out his head. He ran into Ida by the time he crossed the koi pond. Ah, Ida gave a small bow, his hand going over his heart for a moment. It appears I caught you in the middle of your thoughts, Izuku? Just a bit. Izuku shrugged. But what's up? Do you need something? Your grandmother has asked for you. Oh. Izuku glanced up towards the sky as the blue began to turn to orange. What? Least this was a distraction. I'll go see her right now. XXXX. He found his grandmother in her garden, dressed in her gardening clothes as she viciously assaulted some plant with a pair of snippers. Had the plant she was tending not been illegal, she would have played the perfect part of an elderly woman engrossed in her hobby. Hanabi glanced at him and then continued her snipping. What on earth did you say to Orie to get her so pissed off? She's mad that we're not dating yet? You're not. That stopped her. She stared at him for a few seconds before she shrugged. Huh, alright then. Anyways, I was talking to Fourth Kind again, and he's taking in some UA students as interns for a bit. He wanted to know if you wanted to join them, said something about you being able to put those knuckleheads in their place. How is that going to work? I mean, I'm not a hero or anything. He scratched the back of his head and shifted slightly. Won't that cause problems? For both of us. The Amagi. It was hard not to notice the smile that crept up onto his grandmother's face. In all honesty, I don't see much point in you going. Anything he can show you, I'm sure Sho, Ida, or even Tanaka could show you. But it would also help keep relationships strong with Kaido. Can I think about it? Oh, I'm sure you can think plenty, but would you rather be thinking about whether or not you want to watch some four-armed guy in a suit slug a bunch of knuckleheads for not pouring tea correctly? Or would you rather be thinking about Orie? Hanabi gave a wry chuckle and patted him in the chest. I'll talk to Kaido later. In the meantime, help me out in the garden, and we'll get to the root of your girl problems. Has anybody ever told you you're the coolest grandma ever? Bitch, I run a Yakuza family, some knucklehead decided I needed to be called the Phoenix, and I go skydiving twice a year. I was cool before you were born. The toxic concoction of plants that made up his grandmother's garden could put half the botanical gardens in Tokyo to shame. Bit by bit, Izuku had come to understand what the plants were, how they could be used, which ones would kill him, and which ones would get him the longest jail sentence. It was hard to believe that tending his grandmother's garden was somehow the most illegal thing he'd ever done. He glanced at his grandma. Honestly, it felt like he only knew what side she felt like showing him. There was her as a Yakuza boss that could command a conversation with the click of her tongue, what he guessed was the normal her that was just his grandmother when she was drinking tea and complaining about being old, and there was the garden her, which was both the simplest and most mysterious version of her. And he had a feeling there were many more. What was she like to her enemies? What was she like to Grandpa? What was she like with friends? There was so much that Izuku simply didn't know about her. And he had a feeling that was by design. But what wasn't by design was how little he seemed to know about Orie. He understood the basics, that until they met she had been depressed and in a rut after what happened to her eldest brother. He knew that she had worked at the casino a few times and frequented the fight pit as well. Personality-wise, she was just Orie. There was no one that was quite like her. Maybe he shouldn't have just assumed her flirting was just who she was. Stewing over random bullshit is a great way to get old as fuck. His grandmother growled, her gloved fingers delicately wrapped around a plant while she trimmed away at a few of its leaves. Trust me. She looked down her nose at the plant and squinted. I'm speaking from experience. Once saw a blonde man go from a giant hunk to a skeleton because he forgot something important. You sure that wasn't his quirk? You sure you don't want to ask questions that don't make you sound like a smartass? Point taken. Well, Hanabi leaned back from her plant and placed her tools down. I'm done coming up with fake sagely advice, so start asking. What should I do? What you want? She pulled off her gloves and gave a groan as she sat down onto the footpath and looked up towards the sky. If you have a choice, you should do what you want. If you have no choice, then you do what you gotta. That's actually good advice. It's my life motto. Hanabi gave him a grin that made her look decades younger. Don't live by it or it'll bite you in the ass. Izuku sighed and looked down at his hands. He moved off of his knees and sat with one arm keeping him steady. But I was talking about Orie. Well, I can't blame you for prioritizing her over Kaido. That windbag would spend half the time trying to get you to act proper and the other half doing community service. Hanabi let out a cackle. He's a good man though, he just happens to enjoy a bit of gambling. But, enough about old men trying to manipulate the future. So, what's your problem with Orie? Apparently I misread some signals. Hanabi gave him a dry, withering look that made him feel stupid, largely because one of her thin eyebrows was in the perfect, "You're fucking kidding me" arch. I'm well aware that men, especially teenage boys, have a hard time figuring out if a girl is just being nice to you or if they're actually flirting. She pointed in the direction of Orie's place and smirked. But that girl is pretty fucking blunt. Yeah, I know, but I had a hard time taking her seriously. I kind of thought she was just joking half the time, and that she just liked flirting. Can't really blame you for that, I suppose. Orie's never been shy about any goddamn thing, and she's broken more hearts than I care to count. Seemed like not too long ago she was bringing home some flavor of the week. Honestly wouldn't be surprised if she couldn't name any of them. Oh, but if it helps, you're not only the guy she's been interested in the longest, but also the only one she's gotten upset over. Hanabi let out a sigh and adjusted the tight bun that was keeping her thick gray hair bound at the back of her head. She paused for a moment and glanced towards her plants before speaking. There's something to be said about how well your quirks interact. Back when I was a spring chicken, that would have been enough. There was this belief that quirks would help you find your soulmate. It was probably bullshit for most people. Izuku hummed. He had heard about something like that. It sprung up when quirk marriages were at their peak and was used to both counter and support them. But ultimately, there was little evidence to support it. I get that our quirks were practically made for each other, but what do I do about her? Orie? His grandma asked for clarification. He nodded. Easy. She snapped her finger at him and gave him what could only be described as a filthy old woman's smirk. Pick her up against the wall and fuck her. Grandma. What? You think I don't hear you two talking all the time? It's perfectly clear that she's throwing herself at you. I thought you two were already a couple. Ever since you two went on that date that nearly got you two killed. She prodded his shoulder with a finger that was closer to gnarled oak. The question I have is, what's holding you back? Izuku took in a long breath and closed his eyes. Middle school came back to mind. That girl he had a crush on back then, Michiru. He could still remember her kindness, her laughter, and the crushing realization that he was being led on when he met her boyfriend. Tried to bury that thought by putting more effort into his studies and training to become a hero. Though thinking back on it, he could have just been stupid and she was just being friendly and he just assumed that they were flirting. Middle school sucked. I don't know, he scratched the back of his neck. A couple of hang-ups maybe? I keep telling myself I need to take her seriously, but with everything that's happened in my life, I just kept not doing it. Perfect moments in life do exist. Hanabi closed her eyes and leaned back before laying down on the ground. But if you spend your time waiting for them, you won't see them until it is too late. Waiting for a storm to pass and there to be a moment to breathe is a valuable life skill. You had just failed, got pulled into this world, kicked from your home, and reconnected with your family. She placed a hand on his arm and smiled sweetly. That's a lot, and I'm sure Orie knew that, but she might be thinking that you're more than ready to move forward with her as you have with other aspects of your life. The question I think you should be asking is, what do you think about Orie? What do I think about Orie? Izuku let out a breath and lay down beside his grandmother, only for his head to hit the other side and force him to sit back up. His grandmother gave a chuckle and swatted his arm again. And I'm not talking about what your dick thinks, even I know that girl is a looker and a half. What does your head think? Or your heart, if you believe that shit? Well, Orie is pretty much my best friend, I guess. I never really get tired of being around her. She's funny, honest, sassy, and I really enjoy getting tattoos from her. It feels like I pretty much spend all of my free time with her, and she's really supportive of me, but not afraid to call me a dumbass. You sure about all that? Hanabi asked. Yeah, I think so. Congrats, you're not just in love with Orie, she's your wife. She sprung up from the ground with surprising nimbleness for someone her age. Might as well start to enjoy the benefits. Is that supposed to help me? She shrugged. Only if you want it to. Love is a weird thing. You're either in it before you know it, or you build it up brick by brick. I'm not going to tell you that you should or shouldn't date Orie. That's something you need to answer for yourself. She popped her back and stretched before grabbing some of her tools. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got to shower before I head to the casino, and I'm sure you have a lot to think about. She paused and gave him a wink. Or not. Wait, what about fourth kind? Fuck him. There were few things more frustrating than wanting to talk to someone and just not being able to. Orie had taken Eva and had gone to the casino where they had stayed in some guest rooms. What's more, she wasn't answering her phone. So this left Izuku with the painful choice of going to Orie or waiting for her to calm down so they could have a proper talk. After a night's rest and a day of barely being able to pay attention to classes, Izuku made his choice. He would go to Orie. Truth be told, he had never actually been to the casino. Gambling had never really appealed to him. Well, aside from the fighting, but that was different. There was skill in that, tenacity, and so much more than simple luck. He simply had never needed to go there before. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of a large flashy building like what Las Vegas had in America. Giant animated signs of strippers, cowboys, and fake monuments. But that was what a legal casino looked like. In Japan, legal casinos looked like pachinko parlors. Izuku kept his hands at his side as he navigated the streets on his way towards the casino. The lights were getting brighter, and the building seemed intent on closing out the fading light of day. Men and women crowded the streets with the air choked with the scent of adulthood, smoke, beer, and scantily clad women. Hey there, stud. A blondie-haired woman wrapped herself around his arm, her breasts pressing up against him and making it apparent that the kimono she was all but falling out of was just about all she was wearing. She was pretty, really pretty, and the strong, sweet perfume she wore was almost enough to get him to stop. She pulled on his arm with an alluring smile. You're pretty cute, what do you say we have some fun? I'll even give you a discount. Free if you make me come more times than you do. Nia, a thud spooked the crowd as a dark-skinned woman peered out from a window. Her hair was a deep shade of green, tied into an intricate set of braids, with a rainbow-feathered dress that was perhaps more revealing than Nia's. Proportionally, she was less busted than Orie, however, as she slid out of the window and Izuku's depth perception stopped playing tricks on him, he realized that she was perhaps 50% larger than an average human. And that wasn't counting the colorful snake-like tail she had instead of legs. Head to tail, she had to be over 10 meters long. The giant half-snake woman took a puff from her smoking pipe and slithered around both Izuku and Nia, a sweet smile on her face. The large tail served as a barrier from the rest of the crowd as she ushered both Izuku and Nia towards the building the woman had emerged from. She placed a large hand on both of their shoulders. Nia, you need to learn your marks better. That one is off limits? What? Nia gave a pout and let go of Izuku's arm. She looked at the snake woman and stomped her foot several times. But why? I don't recognize him at all. Oh, I don't blame you, Nia. As far as I know, he's never been here before. The snake woman ran her perfectly manicured nails over Izuku's cheek as she looked him in the eye. Her eyes were slitted like a snake and insanely predatory. Isn't that right, Izuku? Wait, Nia nearly jumped like a startled cat and pointed a finger at Izuku. This is that guy? The one that… Nia dear, you're speaking too loudly, now go find another mark. But if he's… Nia, the snake woman hissed, her long forked tongue flipping around in the air like a whip. Get… Nia pouted and gave a casual leap over the snake woman's tail and walked down the street with an aggressive swagger in her step. Thanks for that, but how do you know me? And who are you? Izuku asked, trying really hard not to stare at the woman's rack even though it floated right in front of his face. He knew that long snakes often weren't venomous and were constrictors, but she could probably suffocate him without her tail. Oh, where are my manners? She gave a bow at her waist and held one arm under her bust. I'm Lami, the mamasan of this fine establishment. She slithered to the side, giving Izuku a good view of the building. It took all of 2 seconds for his brain to register that this was a brothel. I'm also Tanaka's. She paused and smiled. I think the Yakuza word for it is main squeeze. Izuku blinked and stared at the women for a few more seconds. Tanaka liked "am big." As for how I know about you, well, I wouldn't be much of a businesswoman if I didn't know who my future business partner would be, now would I? She took another drag out of her pipe and smiled at him. Though, really, it doesn't help that Tanaka talks a lot, and Orie was here to complain about you just last night. Should I assume you're here to stop, in Orie's words, being denser than a brick? Yeah, something like that. Right, he had heard that the Amagi ran a red light district of sorts, but hadn't really put what that meant into context until just now. He really didn't know a lot about what his grandmother did. Sure, she had told him basically everything, but context was a lot more important than simple words. Do you know if she's still at the casino? Lami gave a simple puff of smoke and tapped her pipe against her finger, sending a bit of ash to the ground. I can't say for certain, but knowing how that girl thinks, she's probably waiting for you to come rescue her from her boredom. Thankfully, she's smart enough to not go into a dragon's lair. Oh, I see. Well, it was nice meeting you. He gave a short bow and took a step away from her. But I need… His phone started to vibrate furiously in his pocket and a pit formed in his stomach as he scrambled for it. He fumbled it once, twice, and watched as the phone headed towards the ground, only for Lami to grab it with ease. Thanks. He nodded gratefully to her. Orie's number was on full display. Don't mention it, I'm not one to get in the way of love. She wiggled her eyebrows at him and gave him no sign that she was going to let this be a private call. He answered it. Hey, Orie. They grabbed even Orie's voice shouted from the phone. We were at a hot spring and some monsters showed up and grabbed her. They're flying now. Izuku, you need to save her. Hurry. Where? Just north of the casino. Use your crows. Hurry. On it. I got to. He started to run but was stopped by Lami. How fast are you? I can run. She smiled and her tail wrapped around him. I'm faster. With speed, power, and grace, Lami launched up the side of the building, scaling it as easily as a man would walk along the sidewalk. Izuku arrived on the rooftop a moment after her as Lami's tail pulled him along. She looked around the rooftops and then back towards him. You can find her, right? He summoned 2 of his crows. You go find Eva, you find Orie. He still didn't know if the verbal command was necessary, but it helped him focus. His shirt ripped open and shade launched from his chest, its nebulous, star-filled body materializing for just enough time to let out a deep roar before it ran off, its feet never once touching the ground. Right, Shade had a connection to Eva. She had to know where they were. One of the crows followed in hot pursuit. Follow Shade. The cat? Yeah. On it, the feathered dress Lamy had been wearing revealed its true nature as a pair of brilliant rainbow-colored wings attached to her back. The insane speed of her slithering seemed to double as she charged towards the end of the building. "You can fly. Better than I can walk. You don't have legs." "I'm aware." Lamy gave a laugh and leapt into the air, her giant wings sending gusts of wind downward as she caught air. "Hold on, flying in the city suck?" With how tightly she was wrapped around him, Izuku had little choice in the matter. He glanced at his phone. Orie was still on the line. "Orie." "Yes?" "I'm with Lamy. We're going to Eva now. I sent a crow your way. Are you okay?" "I'm fine. It happened so fast. Just bring her home, okay? Right?" An abrupt flap and Lamy's tail whipped about, sending his phone flying out of his hand and ending the conversation. Well, it wasn't the first time he had lost his phone. Eva wasn't a weakling by any stretch of the imagination. In the few weeks that he had known her, she had already gotten noticeably stronger thanks to her quirk. But while she was by no means weak, she wasn't invincible. Whatever had captured her had to be tough. Orie had said monsters? With all the quirks out there, that could be anyone. But, for someone to go after Eva specifically, it was likely her buyer. "There's fighting up ahead," Lamy shouted. "It looks like it's fourth kind and some sidekicks." Izuku glanced down the street they were flying over and saw that his worst fears came to pass. These weren't people. They were, as Orie said, monsters. With their sickly skin and multiple arms, all it took was a glance and it was easy to see that these creatures were simply not human. Sparks flying down from the alleyway caught Izuku's attention and he saw a third creature. Its green skin looked like a rancid mold, and its multiple limbs ended in buzzing chainsaws. Clawing at its back was Shade, and it was holding something in its two human arms. "Eva." "Lamy." "What?" "Throw me down there." "Throw? Are you nuts?" "Yes, now do it. If you die, I'll kill you myself." She flipped in the air, her tail gaining momentum before she flung him down towards the narrow alleyway. The threat wasn't needed. He had no plan of dying today. Living canvas. Bring the house down. He manifested Raijin. Not in front or to the side of him, but all around him. Static electricity built around him as he felt Raijin's emotions blend and mix with his own. It was a technique that was months in the making, and one he could only truly perform with Raijin. His senses were overloaded by what felt like a thunderstorm just outside of his skin. With a giant hand, he grabbed onto the top of a building, shattering glass as he slowed his fall, and then he dropped behind the chainsaw Nomu, sending debris flying. "Oh shit, what now?" Izuku heard a familiar voice from the other side of the creature. He peered over and let a smile crack through. Holding off several chainsaws was Eijiro Kirishima. His hardening quirk was just as impressive as Izuku thought it would be. But first, he needed to save Eva. "Eijiro," he boomed as Raijin. He grabbed two of the creature's arms in each hand. "Grab Eva? What the?" Eijiro stumbled back and then shook his head. "Right on it." Nomu's two free chainsaw arms swung at Eijiro with wild swings, and it became clear that they would need backup. Fortunately, he carried his army with him. Izuku unsensed from Raijin and stepped out from the great ape's stomach a few feet off the ground and charged, his ink-stained sword already drawn. "Shade," he called. "Help Eijiro." With a roar that sounded more distant than the stars, Shade shifted from there to simply not there. Her nebulous body passed through the Nomu with ease and then remanifested next to Eijiro. "What the?" Eijiro asked. "Izuku? Who else has a giant thunder monkey?" That was probably not the best thing to shout while stabbing an inky sword into the arm of the Nomu. Even at full speed, and with the sword enhanced by his quirk, it would have been easier to cut a steak with a butter knife than to pierce the Nomu's thick hide. But all the same, he drew blood. He stepped forward, angling the sword upwards and slicing further up into the wound he made. The sword appeared on the other end, and whatever muscle had controlled that arm faltered as it simply fell to the side. Through the blood and sweat, Izuku looked onto the other side of his foe and saw a chainsaw blade harmlessly pass through the nebulous form of both Eijiro and Shade. Well, that was a useful ability. Almost like Mirio's. Eijiro charged, and the moment he stepped away from Shade's form, his body became solid once more. He grabbed for Eva, wrenching her limp form from the Nomu. "I got her." Raijin Izuku pulled his sword free from the Nomu. With the roar of a thunderstorm, Raijin spun in the alley, damaging walls and various crates along the way. With a snap that sounded like a whip, Raijin slammed Nomu down onto the ground. And again. And again. Izuku rushed through the shaking and ran towards Eva. He carefully pulled her from Ijiro's arms, and now that danger had passed for a moment, the true extent of Ijiro's heroics became apparent. He was bleeding from multiple wounds, as even with his quirk, there was only so much punishment he could take. "Thank you, Ijiro." "Yeah." Ijiro gave a few slow pants and tilted his head to the side as he looked at Izuku. "How the fuck did you fail again?" Izuku shrugged and checked Eva again. She was breathing and she wasn't hurt. It was almost like she was asleep. "The system sucks." Ijiro could only nod. He then shook his head. "Oh shit, Tetsu and fourth kind are still fighting the other two. Izuku, we need to go and—" He took a few steps forward and then fell to the ground, exhaustion claiming him. Izuku smiled and looked toward Shade. "Can you move with others in ghost mode?" Shade nodded, her paws not disturbing the puddle of bloody water as she walked. Izuku placed Eva on top of her and her 5 long tails wrapped around her, securing her in place. "Take her home. Now to deal with the other two. Never fear, for I am here. Or All Might could show up. How are we supposed to arrest that? Is that a person? Should we call animal control? Or the zoo?" Izuku sighed and leaned to the side, looking past the police car and towards the cops that had Raijin surrounded while he sat on the chainsaw Nomu. "That's my quirk. If you deal with the Nomu, I'll send him away." "His quirk is a giant monkey?" Izuku rolled his eyes. Even if they were in the same district, maybe, he wasn't quite sure where one ended and the next began, he shouldn't be surprised that these officers didn't know him. The villain arrest force was likely an entirely different department than what SAE worked in. What's more was that one of the Nomu had a quirk that made people fall asleep, so both fourth kind and his other sidekick were out of commission. Which left Izuku as the only one capable of explaining what happened, shirtless. Naturally, things like why a few buildings had been partially destroyed and the giant thunder ape fulnelsening a multi-armed Nomu was a difficult task for someone that didn't have a hero license, so what followed didn't really surprise Izuku too much. Especially since he fully admitted to essentially vigilantism. Which was illegal. Which explained the handcuffs. With a yawn, Izuku looked over to see the VF unit putting the multiple-armed Nomu into restraints with the assistance of Raijin. Being arrested had been a lot less life-shattering than he would have thought. He had expected it to be filled with a bit of despair, a sense of hopelessness, and a lot of guilt about what his mother would think. Instead, he was really relaxed about the whole ordeal. First of all, he had been more or less arrested by All Might, and second, he knew that without a doubt, he had done the right thing. Izuku glanced over towards the ambulance where Ijiro and fourth kind were being treated. If he hadn't acted when he did, then something could have happened to Ijiro, to say nothing of Eva. As great as All Might was, he couldn't be everywhere. The only real downside was that he couldn't really stretch while cuffed like this. All Might ended the impromptu press conference once there were enough free police officers to effectively hold back the crowd, then he headed towards Izuku. The number 1 pro hero loomed over Izuku, and his blue eyes sparkled with a sense of power that put into place just how powerful of a foe All for One must have been for this man to ask for help. Despite the current circumstances, Izuku had to resist the urge to geek out. He got arrested by freaking All Might. Katsuki would be so jealous. Katsuki had All Might as a teacher. That bitch. "Now then, young man, do you understand the kind of trouble you're in?" All Might asked, arms crossed in front of his chest and a blonde eyebrow raised suspiciously high. "I failed the UA entrance exam." Being a smart ass in front of All Might probably wasn't the smartest thing he was doing, but he was pretty sure he was still running on some kind of a power trip. "Huh. Yet?" he exclaimed with a happy look on his face. "You can even ask Ijiro over there when he wakes up. Basically, I passed the written exam, but I wasn't able to pass the practical exam." All Might squinted his eyes and then looked back towards the giant ape that was watching as the VF put the Nomu into the back of a van. With a shrug, Raijin decided his job was done and walked over towards them. All Might turned back towards him, completely unfazed as Raijin stood next to him. Your quirk seems strong. How did you fail? Izuku shrugged and called Raijin back, a quick process that required a simple touch. It's illegal for minors to get tattoos? I see, All Might hummed, his eyes roaming over the living art on Izuku's skin. You could have. I didn't get into UA. I got rejected. All Might was silent for a moment. I'm sorry. No system is perfect, and it's unfortunate that you fell through the cracks. Thanks. Izuku looked down at his cuffs and smiled. He had been recognized by All Might. If that wasn't a boost to his confidence, he didn't know what was. But that doesn't excuse your actions today. All Might stood and pointed upwards like he was giving a lecture. While your heroic spirit was admirable, you still endangered yourself and others, not to mention the property damage, through your senseless act of vigilantism. Especially since you weren't just caught up in the moment and came here. What do you have to say for yourself? I did the right thing. He looked All Might right in the eye and smiled. Someone from my family was endangered and I needed to make sure she was safe. Family? Where are they? I sent her home with another tattoo. What? But? The screeching of tires stopped All Might as a police car nearly crashed into them. Wait, a familiar voice called as E stumbled out of her car. She was dressed in casual clothes with only her badge and a vest to identify her as police. Kevlar and sweatpants worked great together. She took a few steps towards them, then almost fell again as she whipped back around to the other side of her car and opened her mouth. Clipboard. She opened the passenger side of the car and then dove into it, pulling out a clipboard complete with a few papers. You can't arrest him, she told All Might. Oh my God, I'm talking to All Might. Well, I mean, heroes can't actually arrest people either, and I'm sure no one would say anything if you actually arrested someone, but you can't arrest him. Hey SAE, Izuku nodded. Oh hi, she smiled and waved at him. Wait, you're making me work on my day off, don't be so casual. Izuku held up his handcuffs and shrugged. Sorry, but thanks for coming to help. You owe me. She glared at him, then turned back to All Might. Okay, so you can't arrest him. Why do you make it sound like he's some endangered species? All Might sneered and then looked back down towards Izuku. Who are you? He's my grandson. Izuku turned his entire body to see his grandmother, flanked by both Tanaka and Sho, walking up in her finest kimono. Her normally stern face was a cold, hard front that barely hid her anger. Why aren't you at home? I was hoping you could look at Eva and… She's fine, and I'll deal with you later. Now shut up and let the grown-ups talk. All Might turned to look at the newest arrival and squinted his eyes. And you are? Hanabi Midoriya, you dishonor my son's sacrifice by forgetting us so easily. To Izuku's surprise, that act gave All Might pause. He even stepped back for a moment as though Hanabi's words had struck him. You're Amagi? I am. Hanabi nodded and pointed her finger towards Izuku. So is he. So he's… All Might let his shoulders drop. Hisashi's son? Hanabi nodded and pointed towards the cuffs. I'm sure my grandson could break out of those as easily as he tears through his shirts, but would you kindly remove them? Her smile was anything but sweet. For old time's sake. All Might gave a long sigh before looking between Issei and Hanabi. He kneeled down once more and produced a key from his belt. Your father could have been a great hero, you know? He was. All Might fiddled with the cuffs, his large hands somehow managing to finagle the small lock and key. When the cuffs were both unlocked, All Might looked Izuku in the eyes and nodded. You're right, and you can be too. Great. Hanabi clapped and marched over to All Might. Even hunched over as he was still taller than her. Now then, before you poison my grandson with another sacrificial crusade, I have one question for you. She poked All Might with her finger and made full use of her cane to point towards the Nomu. Those creatures have multiple quirks. She glared at All Might with all the defiance in the world. Back. A long moment paused before All Might nodded. With the click of her tongue, Hanabi produced a noise that carried so much disappointment, children in nearby school developed long-lasting complexes over it. She turned and started to walk, her cane gripped firmly in both hands like she was just looking for an excuse to beat someone with it. Don't just stand there slack-jawed, we're going home. Izuku scrambled to his feet and gave All Might a slight bow. It was nice meeting you, sir. If it helps, you're still my favorite hero. All Might extended his hand. I don't agree with your current path of life, Izuku, but I believe that you're a good person. Not only did he get arrested by All Might, but he got to shake his hand. Was it normal to fanboy this much? Oh, and see, Izuku looked towards the dejected sergeant and smiled at her. Thanks for coming to my rescue. She gave a weak smile and nodded. Just, please don't pull stunts like this on my day off. No promises. XXXX. So, Izuku sat calmly in the back of his grandmother's car while Sho drove them back to the compound. Even though he was used to walking around without a shirt on, it still felt rude to do so around his grandmother. Is this the part where I get yelled at? If you're going to say stupid shit like that, I'll consider it. Hanabi gave a huff and closed her eyes. The scary look in her eyes vanished after a few breaths before she turned and looked at him. The only things you did wrong today were not calling beforehand, your lucky Lami did it for you, and letting yourself get arrested in the first place. What were you thinking? That I didn't want to cause any more trouble? That, and he was kind of starstruck by All Might. You're a Midoriya, your middle name is Trouble. She smiled and grabbed his arm and gave a soft squeeze. Still, don't go off on your own anymore. Make sure that when you fight you have backup. Tanaka twisted from the front passenger's seat to look back at them and pointed a giant red finger at himself. Yeah, if you ever need me, I'll come and slug some goons with you, doesn't matter how big they are. I prefer a more planned approach, Sho said from the steering wheel. And not to speak for Ida, but he'll join you without hesitation. You guys make it sound like I planned this? Izuku scratched the back of his head and sighed. But yeah, if I ever know a fight is coming, I'll be sure to tell you. He paused and then looked around in the car. What about Orie? Is she okay? Sis? Tanaka's face scrunched up and he shrugged. Yeah, she said she was on her way back home last I checked. She might actually beat us there. XXXX. Izuku found Orie sitting on her porch. Her long white hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and a pure black shirt clung to her body so much he could see the outline of her bra as he approached her. When she turned to look at him, Izuku felt something stir inside. His heart pounded once, twice, and a third time when she stood and smiled at him. Her bare feet barely touched the ground as she ran towards him, her dark red skirt fluttering with every motion. She leaped towards him and they met in a powerful embrace that nearly knocked him over. When a girl runs and hugs you, you're supposed to fall down so it's more romantic, Orie whispered into his ear as she stared at him, her red eye glowing against the fading light of day. She pushed away slightly and placed her hand on his bare chest. Thank you for saving Eva again. I still don't know what happened. Yeah, I'm just glad she's fine. Izuku stared at Orie for a moment. I just have one question. Orie paused and ran her finger up and down his chest, her eyes narrowed. What were you doing at Lami's? Getting relationship advice. Izuku smiled and placed one hand on Orie's hips. A grin split Orie's face, revealing her sharp teeth. Oh, and why would you need that? Because you're a handful and I'm sorry for not acting on it sooner, I was. You're stalling, shut up and kiss me. He initiated, but Orie quickly took control, overriding his inexperience and dragging his passion out with her tongue. The kiss was short, brutal, and at the end of it he tasted blood. All right, she grabbed his hand and started to pull him towards the main building. Come on, we're taking a bath. Why? Clean dicks feel better. Her head pounded with a dull ferocity that made her feel nauseous, and her limbs felt heavy, heavier than they had when the chains had bound her to the ground of her cage. Worst was her eyes. They didn't hurt to open, but they felt so heavy, every single moment she opened them they were quickly closed despite all of her thrashing and flailing against the tiredness that had seeped into her body. The nightmares that plagued her sleep blended with reality. She recalled the bath with Orie, something about a girl's weekend and her being mad at Izuku. Eva thought it was strange, but couldn't bring herself to say as such. Then the chaos came. They dripped from the ceiling like drops of honey and attacked her. With a powerful hit that could shatter walls, she lost her ability to breathe. Then one of the creatures came towards her, a hole in its hand, and her body felt heavy. Orie screamed for her, but she couldn't respond. The creatures carried her, ran with her, fought over her. She was going to be sold again. She remembered the redhead. The sound of the chainsaws against his skin was more than enough to wake her up once or twice. Her eyes turned skyward, and the nightmare became a dream. Izuku came crashing down on top of the creature, Raijin ripping her away from her captor, and then Shade carrying her off while Izuku continued to fight. She had been saved again. Her eyes shot open and she stared at the ceiling of her room. Her room that had her things in it. The books she had been given. The table she had been given. The light she could use to study. Her clothes. Her things. Her home. Her heart pounded in her chest, beating faster and faster as she thought about what had happened. Her fists clenched around her soft blanket as her entire body gave a long, hard shake. Fear coursed through her body. From the top of her head to the bottom of her toes, her entire body switched from feeling heavy and cold to light and warm. Izuku had saved her again. She shot up in her bed and stared at the thin paper door that led to the outside, the outline of a person clearly visible. She watched them for a moment, the fog of her mind slowly evaporating. The shape was nothing special, but the size was. It was Sho, the shortest person here besides herself. She hadn't spoken to Sho at all, but she understood what he wasn't. He was the ideal member of the family, loyal, self-reliant, capable, and useful. Things she was not. Even now, he was being relied on to keep an eye on her. She needed to be guarded. Why did those creatures attack her? Why couldn't she defend herself? Wasn't she supposed to be strong? Wasn't she supposed to guard others? She wasn't supposed to be saved by Izuku. Eva crossed her legs and pushed the cover away from her as she began to sweat under its heat. Her hair felt gross again, greasy and unclean. Ever since she had been introduced to the concept of frequent bathing, she could tell when she was dirty, and she detested how it made her feel. She grabbed her clock and stared at the numbers for a few minutes until they made sense. Fuar, she stretched out the Japanese word and furrowed her brow. 30 yai 4:37, actually. Sho's voice drifted in from the outside. His Japanese was crisp and easy to understand. But your clock could be slow. Slow? Eva looked at the small black box with glowing green numbers. Slow, like behind? Yeah, Sho moved in front of her door and gave a light tap. That meant he wanted in. Can I come in? She nodded, unsure if he could see her, and then spoke softly. Yes. Every time she had seen Sho, he had been dressed in the same black suit and orange shirt he was wearing now. It was always so crisp, so clean, and so professional. He stepped into her room with a calm smile and eyes that captured every bit of starlight and reflected it right towards her. He reminded her of the orange cat she had tried to lure over for pets when she was a kid. How are you feeling? He asked slowly, somehow using his hand gestures to help her understand his words and his concerns. Weak, she said firmly. Then you should. I want to get stronger, she shouted. Then she remembered where she was and looked down at her feet. She had her own room, but the walls were thin, and she didn't want to wake her neighbors up. Especially not Izuku. She bit her lip and then locked eyes with Sho. I want to get stronger. Sho stared at her for a moment and then nodded. I can help. He stood so effortlessly that she questioned if he had ever been sitting. He extended a hand to her. Come with me. She didn't hesitate. Sho led her through the complex along a familiar path that she had taken a dozen times, passing through the garden of no-no plants and then towards a large square building, the dojo. She had been trained there a few times with the scary man named Wackin, and sometimes with the scarier-looking but nicer Tanaka. They had been teaching her how to fight. Sensei? Sho released her wrist and bowed slightly. Wackin sat in the middle of the padded room, his body barely moving in the early morning light. After a moment, Wackin nodded. Tell him what you told me. Sho pushed on her back, nudging her forward. I'll go see about helping you my way. And with that he left with less than a sound. Eva stood in the room, and despite Wackin being right in front of her, she felt alone, with only the naked night to her back and all the monsters that lurked out there. She never wanted to be afraid again, so she wasn't going to be afraid now. She stepped forward, hands balled into fists. I want to be stronger. You said that before. Wackin didn't move from his spot, his eyes still closed. He spoke in a rough Russian that was like looking through a shattered beer bottle. We were already training to make you strong. And you still want more? Answer in Japanese. Eva bit her lip. Even if she spoke in Russian, she didn't know if the words existed. Izuku. Her frustration pulled the words out of her mouth, kicking and screaming. He saved me twice. I don't want to be saved again. I want to be useful. Please. Wackin sensei. She sat on her knees and bowed, forehead barely above the ground. I want to be stronger. Faster. From being powerless you have tasted freedom. Now you know the sting of failure and how it burns. She could hear the smile on Wackin's lips. He stood and she rose her head to meet his gaze. His eyes glowed like the first moments of the sun dispelling a dark night. Before, you wanted to get strong for others. Now, you want to get strong for yourself? His smile grew as he took a few steps towards her. I will help you grow stronger, using your failures as fuel. She had no idea what he was talking about, but she understood that he would help her. XXXX. His alarm was going off. Izuku groaned, the bright light of the mid-afternoon day doing its best to get him out of bed. He pawed for his phone and turned off the alarm for the umpteenth time, then let his body relax once again. Despite the bright light, despite the soreness of his body, despite the fatigue, and despite the dry, sticky sweat that he was covered in, he was beyond comfortable. And completely and utterly satisfied with life at the moment. Not even the fact that he was late for class was going to get him up this morning. He closed his eyes and attempted to go back to sleep. She kissed his chest. One of her arms was draped across his body, while the other was lost in the tangled covers that had hastily been thrown over both of them. Their legs were tangled, and the smoothness of her skin was comforting. He brought a hand up and gave her breasts a soft squeeze. Orie moaned and pushed herself up off of her bed, a smug smile spreading across her face before she kissed him on the neck, on the chin, on the cheek, and gave him his first true wake-up kiss that had his toes curling. I was right, she purred, pulling away from him and placing her entire chest on top of his, her leg crossing over to his other side as her seductive naked body gave him all the reason in the world to stay in bed and simply enjoy her. She traced a finger along his collarbone. Waking up next to you is amazing. His hands found their way to her hips, and he gave her a proper look over. Her face held a warm, glowing smile that made the whole world feel slower. Her neck, shoulders, and especially her breasts were marked from all the kissing and/or sucking he had done on her body last night. No doubt he had just as many marks on his body. Well, that's one way to start dating. Orie sat up and wiggled her body as she stretched, hands running through her long tangled hair, the individual strands falling from her fingers like a cascade of pure white snow. I think you're right. I'm always right. She smiled, her hands going to his chest as she beamed at him. Her red eye was glowing again. But what am I right about this time? Waking up next to you is great. You're so beautiful in the morning. Her smile grew and she ran her fingers along his chest. Careful, Izu, I might just have to keep you in bed the whole day if you keep flirting like that. I've already missed class. He shrugged. So, he stopped mid-sentence. While every touch, sight, sound, and sensation from his night with Orie were still at the forefront of his mind, the events that preceded them were just as vivid. We should check on Eva. You know, bringing up another girl is pretty taboo when your girlfriend is practically sitting on your dick. Orie gave a huff and shrugged, but yeah, we should check on her. Hey Orie. He stared up at her for a long moment before he finally spoke. I want more crows. Orie stared at him and then nodded. Yeah. Why is it that every time I see you you've aged? Se pulled her face up from the cafe table where she had been waiting to see her older sister Ryuko sit beside her. Her older sister's dual life of being a top 10 hero as well as a popular model just meant that she always looked amazing, even if she was currently wearing a sweater and sweatpants. But they were a sweater and sweatpants on a model, which meant they looked fantastic. What the hell happened to the slob of an older sister she'd catch with a soda between her tits and a bag of chips on her stomach while she gamed? She was still there, she just didn't let anyone else see that side of her. She yawned and pressed her hands into her eyes and slid them down, elongating her face and no doubt giving Ryuko a dozen or so goofy looks. That's because I am older every time I see you. I meant, like, faster than normal. Ryuko chuckled and grabbed Issei's drink and took a quick sip. It felt like that same scene had been played a dozen times over in her head as Ryuko's face twisted in disgust and then pushed the drink away with her tongue out as though the air was somehow meant to rid her of the taste. Juch, why do I always do that? A smile crept on Sei's face and she took a moment to take a long sip of her coffee. The brew was crisp and bitter, part of the reason why she liked this place, and it was just far enough away from the department for it to feel like she was getting away. Because you've always taken a sip of my drink. It's why I started to drink it black. Ryuko made a grunt and flipped her hand. Oh please, you make it sound like I scarred you for life. Oh, do you want to get back to actual scars? Ryuko stopped and felt her guilt just as strong for bringing the subject up again. Though the incident was long ago, it was still painful for both of them. The scar on her back was proof that it existed, and the guilt Ryuko carried with her was somehow greater. No, it's my fault. He held up her hand. I shouldn't have brought it up. Besides, we both know how rough puberty was for you. I swear you went a bit feral there for a while. I did. Ryuko grinned and flashed her viciously sharp teeth. When I ran away that summer, I spent weeks as a dragon living off raw fish. Is that why you came back tanned, smelling of salt, and like a full cup size bigger? Like you're one to talk. I came back and you had outgrown my bras. I guess puberty sucks even if you're not a dragon. He stuck her tongue out and took another sip of her coffee. Thanks for coming today, sis. No problem, thanks for giving me a break. From Nijire? Ryuko groaned and nodded. Don't get me wrong, I love the girl, but she asks so many questions and I never knew how much it sucked being asked questions I don't know the answer to. She's a good hero too. As soon as she graduates she'll be able to head off on her own. Well, at least she's cute. He gave her sister a wink and relished in being the only one that could make her sister go so red in so little time. It's not like that. Ryuko pouted and then held up her hand signaling for a waitress. I need a coffee. The waitress came and went and returned a moment later with a cup of coffee that was more cream than coffee. What about you? Ryuko asked, nursing her drink carefully. Just from being the person you vent to, it sounds like your job is twice as stressful as mine. He placed her head against the table once more and let her entire body breathe. I got promoted. Should I congratulate you or pity you? Both? Congratulations, it sucks to be you. He pulled her head from the table once more and glare-pouted at her sister. I confronted All Might, and somehow that gave me a $2 raise for twice the work. What's more, the quiet assignment I was promised is starting to get loud, but at least they talk to me. The other two groups don't even bother. Not that she could blame the shy Hasakai. Apparently their boss was sick and they weren't willing to act without him. But they were. That's why there were talks of an investigation. Or worse, a raid. Ouch, they have you stuck with more Yakuza groups? Sae groaned and nodded. How many? All three. Yikes, but I suppose that's not something you can really talk to me about. Actually, Isu winced and pointed at her sister. Given the area you work in, we might end up calling on you. Ryuko's mouth fell. You're kidding, they're going to start labeling them villain organizations? He held her finger to her mouth and hushed her sister. Nothing official yet, but for two of them they're considering it, especially since there were connections to trigger with the shy Hasakai. Rumor had it that the Tokyo clan had a centralized leader now, and that they were organizing. The Amagi of course had Tanaka, but now that they had Izuku, it was like a beast was slowly being roused from its slumber. Hanabi had always been bold, but now she had more teeth. Then there was what All Might and Hanabi had talked about. He was back. Her new position had granted her more access to the history of the Yakuza families and the reason why they were protected. A secret war against the underground crime lord called All for One. And if he was back? He shook her head and smiled at her sister. Enough about work, we're here for a spa day, right? You know it. Ryuko chuckled and reached across the table to grab Sei's hand. But, just remember sis, if you're ever in trouble, I'll come to save you. Don't worry so much, I rarely have to leave the office. Aside from when Izuku gets arrested for fighting against a couple of those Nomu creatures, or when Hanabi wants something, or when she's meeting with heroes about a potential investigation on one of the Yakuza families. How could I not worry about you? You're so stressed out your hair turned gray. It's not gray, it's ashen, there's a difference. XXXX. Sho's car came to a steady stop before a wall of gears and colors. Written on the wall in bright pink and blue kanji was a name. Eva leaned forward and stared at the letters for a few moments. Hatsumi? Sho nodded at her as he rolled down the thick tinted window on his side. Yep, I thought a friend of mine might be able to help you. He reached out, and Eva felt his plight as a fellow short person as he had to lean his whole body out of the car in order to reach some kind of box. Otto, it's Sho, let me in. Shoot, the box roared in static and the sound of hands clapping could be heard loud and clear. Hold on buddy, I'll open the gate. Eva squinted her eyes. He's opening the gate? Sho had only spoken to her a few times since that night, mostly asking her a few questions before vanishing to do whatever it was that he normally did. But he encouraged her to practice her Japanese whenever they were together, which was hard, as it felt like she had hit a roadblock with Japanese. Apparently it was because she didn't talk much. But talking to people was annoying, especially when she didn't speak Japanese well. Then there was Izuku and Orie. They were a couple now, which meant kissing. And whenever Eva saw them kiss, she would get a knot in her stomach that was a pain unlike anything she had ever felt. It wasn't a physical hurt, but it wasn't like the hurt she got from having to be saved again either. This hurt bubbled up inside of her whenever she thought about Izuku and Orie together. She couldn't tell anyone about that hurt. She was too afraid. Besides, Izuku was busy studying for some tests. Apparently they were important. Sometimes even Orie was forced to leave him alone. Yeah. Sho smiled at her as the wall of gears and colors began to churn. It opened up into dozens of triangles pulling away from each other, its interlocking pieces moving as one with not a single bump or scrape until the path was clear. Just fair warning, Otto is a bit much? A bit much? Eva repeated and tilted her head to the side in confusion. She wasn't sure why, but people seemed to think that meant she was asking for clarification, so she did it to ask for clarification. Social interactions were weird and stressful. You'll see, just don't be surprised if he grabs you. Can I throw him? Please don't. He's a good guy. Like Tanaka, but smarter. He's strong? Not really, you'll just have to see, but he should be able to help you. How? You'll see. She pouted and looked out the window. All she saw was an impressive amount of metallic scrap, cars, tractors, and even a few airplanes all scattered around the area. At the center of it all was a large building that looked out of place in all the scrap, or at least part of it did. The walls of the building were smooth, freshly painted with some semblance of both a yard and garden in front of it. There were even some wide windows on the second floor that looked out away from the junk, then exploding out one side of the building like a metallic growth of scrap and sheet metal was a hulking garage that was thrumming with life. Sho pulled up in front of the garage and left the car. He didn't tell her to stay, so she got out with him. Inside the garage looked like a horror story for robots and machines in general, with what looked like a washing machine hooked up to a car engine being just one of many things that confused Eva as to its purpose. There was even a car in the process of being torn apart here and a large multi-armed robot that was currently being worked on by a pink-haired girl. Though, Eva couldn't call her a girl. She was pretty sure this was another person that was taller than her. She was told that some people like short girls. That would mean something if it wasn't said by Orie. Show a large, and Eva did mean large, man with pink hair appeared in the far end of the garage and charged towards the much smaller Sho. It was strange seeing Sho pulled helplessly into a gigantic hug. How's my favorite little Amagi doing, huh? Great. He patted the larger man on his arms and was released. When Sho hit the ground, he rubbed his back. You need to remember one of those is a hunk of metal before you go around hugging people. Hiya, my bad. Otto gave a great big chuckle that made Eva smile slightly. It was like he was laughing with his whole body and that was just delightful. Anyways, Sho adjusted his suit and pointed towards Eva. This is Eva. Oh snap! Otto snapped his fingers at her and bounced over like a pink-haired boulder tumbling downhill. Eva, Sho told me a lot about you. It's an honor to meet you. Well, I mean not an honor, but I heard a lot about you, and you're probably the ideal tester for a lot of our stuff, and oh shoot, that's right, you probably don't understand a damn word I'm saying, huh? Don't worry, your Japanese is probably fine, we just got a funny way of talking. Well, put her there. Eva had no idea what he said after he said her name. but she understood what his hand meant. She took his hand and nodded at him. Bit of a quiet one, huh? Otto asked Sho and continued to shake her hand. Oh well, I can talk enough for 3, anyways. Yo Mimi, that girl's here. Eva watched as that pink-haired girl from before descended down to ground level, her welding mask being pulled away to reveal her golden cross-haired eyes, and she even undid the top part of her welder's suit. Melons. Why did everyone have melons? Hi, I'm May. May practically charged Eva and grabbed her hand. You're the girl with the enhanced muscles, right? Same with bones? Hey, do you want to test stuff for me? May grabbed onto Eva's arm and began to grope it. Ooh, you are rather dense, there's a lack of buildup though, but it still feels like you're probably 3 times as strong as. May continued to touch and grab Eva in random spots and then even groped her chest. Which was where Eva drew the line. She grabbed May by her hips and held her up off the ground as high as she could. Oh wow, you are strong, May laughed from above. So why do you need my stuff again? Eva looked toward Sho. Can I yeet? Orie taught her yeet. It was a fun word. No, Sho motioned for her to put May down. We're here because May has something that can help you. Mimi, Otto shouted, both hands on his hips. I told you, personal space is to be respected. But you just picked Sho up and hugged him. Yeah, but I know Sho won't snap me in 2 if I do it. Oh, May stopped squirming and then looked down at Eva, her thick pink hair falling down from her messy bun. Sorry for touching you, can I go show you my babies now? Babies? Eva asked while watching May for a moment. She looked back toward Sho, who just shrugged. May grabbed her arm again. Yeah, come on, they're over here, and May tried to pull her, but Eva stood her ground. Oh right, can I touch you? No. Then follow me. Okay. Eva followed May through the garage clear to the other side of the sprawling labyrinths of unfinished projects towards a large metal desk that spanned from wall to wall. More projects and tools decorated the area, but May still managed to find exactly what she was looking for. Here, May gestured towards the wristbands that sat on the table. These are a prototype for a contest I did at UA. They were originally designed to make it harder for the teachers to fight, so they kind of had to be variable since you have a hard time building muscle with bodyweight techniques. These should help. Eva blinked at May and wondered if it was worth saying that she only understood half of what May said. She grabbed one of the 4 bands and picked it up. It was a lot heavier than it looked. A lot heavier. Just putting one on felt like she was putting her own chains on again. But these would help her get stronger. Victory. Complete and utter victory. Izuku relaxed against the wall of his college. The countless hours of studying and confusing what material was for what class had finally paid off, and he finally felt like he could relax for a bit. Next semester he was going to have a smoother course schedule that didn't make him want to pull out his hair and become a monk. Were monks allowed to have tattoos? Maybe he would if he joined a sect that emphasized quirks. Weird how a religious order would be more accepting of tattoos than his own mother. He took a sip of the fizzy drink he had gotten from a nearby vending machine and swirled it around for a bit. The whole summer lay before him, and the freedom of it excited him. Not only would he actually have free time to do stuff, but he would have the cash and the motivation to do it. When he had first moved in with the Amagi, he had felt like a stranger and he'd needed time to adjust. But now, a smile crept over his face and he closed his eyes. Maybe a trip to Okinawa? He'd love to see Orie in a bikini, though she'd probably ask why he wanted to cover up the good bits. Then she'd be topless the moment they had some privacy, or before. There'd also be swimming, they could rent a jet ski, he could learn to surf, play beach volleyball, walk around shirtless. A moment of contemplation passed over him as he considered that thought. Maybe it was just his quirk influencing him because his skin could house living art and he wanted to show that off, or maybe it was because he was just a narcissist and wanted to show off his tattoos. Maybe some combination of the two. When he got tattoos on his legs, would he want to walk around without pants? What kind of tattoo would he even get on his legs? He should talk to Orie about that. Space was running out on his torso, especially his back that was crowded by Raijin, Shade, and his crows, in addition to Orie's beautiful background that was becoming more detailed by the day. Though his left arm and his chest were still largely barren with the exception of Hiashi. As great as Okinawa sounded, spending the whole time getting inked was just as appealing. Good thing his tattoo artist was his girlfriend. The door to the classroom opened, and Izuku smiled to see Hitoshi all but crawl out of the test. His friend had always looked tired, but now he was on a whole nother level of tired. There were so many bags under Hitoshi's eyes that they looked like they were ready to move across the country. With a walk that was close to that of a zombie's, Hitoshi stumbled towards the vending machine and started to fish for his wallet. Already got ya? Izuku smiled and held out the canned coffee that Hitoshi always got. Figured you'd need it after this? Hitoshi looked at the can for a moment before he accepted it with a shrug. Thanks. So, you want to hang out this summer? Izuku offered. I figured we could take a trip somewhere or go. Can't. Hitoshi popped open the can and took a long drink. I'm pretty much going to be busy all summer. Oh, I mean more busy than you were with classes? Hitoshi nodded. I'll be out of the country actually. Got some business abroad, you know how it is. Oh, where you going? America. Hitoshi polished off the rest of the drink and crushed it before tossing it in the recycling. Thanks for the drink, but I gotta go. See you around, Izuku? Yeah, Izuku waved towards him, but the gesture felt weak. See ya? He watched as Hitoshi left in a hurry and then sighed. Hitoshi had been grumpy for a while, borderline hostile, but he had just assumed it was the stress from college and whatever else Hitoshi had going on in his life. Suddenly becoming in charge of a business had to be stressful. Izuku shrugged and took another sip of his drink before crushing it into the recycling. Maybe he didn't do too good. Hopefully Hitoshi wouldn't drop out. XXXX. For your birthday, you should get a stripper pole. Izuku rose an eyebrow and stared out across the koi pond and towards the main entrance of the compound where Ida was making his way towards them. Do you know how to use one? Why would it be for me? I want to see you strip. He could feel Orie's hair brush against his back while she continued to add minute details to the background of his tattoo. She placed another soft kiss to the back of his neck, sending goosebumps through his whole body while at the same time completely relaxing him. Though I'd be down to take pole dancing lessons, I got the legs for it. I'm sorry, but the only thing I can imagine with you and a stripper pole is you falling on your face. Hey, what kind of encouragement is that? I'm speaking from experience. I'll have you know I was a gymnast. When, in 3rd grade, she laughed, her needle digging into his skin while her quirk burned the skin away, leaving in its place her highly detailed mark. I stopped because I sucked at it and I got in trouble for trying to ink my classmates. Apparently, little girls don't want tattoos. That sounds like bullying but worse. I had nothing but pure intentions. Izuku laughed and glanced up towards Ida, and the tall, lanky, swordsman with straight-cut hair glanced at him for a moment before he looked towards the entrance to the compound. What's up, Ida? Izuku asked, sitting up slightly when he felt Orie get off of him. You need something? Me. Ida pointed towards himself and then shook his hand. No, not me, but there is someone here for you. Oh. Izuku finished pulling himself up and looked towards the entrance. Who is it? Ugh. Ida pulled the brim of his hat down and looked away. They wanted it to be a surprise. I see. Izuku looked back towards Orie, who was a few buttons short of decent. You go see. She tossed him one of his shirts and scrambled around to find some of her own clothes, like pants. I'll catch up. Sorry about putting on a show. Izuku smiled as he began to put on the shirt. It was fortunate that he still had pants on at least. It's just rather hot. I'm quite aware. Ida looked down at his own much more formal apparel. He was still wearing the jacket. Alas, I am but a slave to fashion and her whim, and it is not yet summer's time to claim my wardrobe as its own. He gave a loose bow and then nodded. I bid you well, I'm off to find a freezer. Izuku just shrugged and headed towards the front entrance of the compound. The sandals he slipped on were barely less trouble than attempting to walk there barefoot. It could be the laziness of the summer heat affecting him, or it could just be the fact that he was going to take his shirt off later anyways, but he decided to leave it unbuttoned. Raijin, Shade, and Hiashi all crowded around the front of his chest, trying to get a good look at where they were going for the day. Orie had all but shoved them off of his back so she could have more room to work. Izuku smiled at his tattoos and watched as Raijin pushed Shade to the side only for Hiashi to steal the spot while he wasn't looking. Were other quirks like this? He stepped into the entrance, the narrow open-air corridor that people had to pass through before the complex opened. There he saw someone he hadn't seen in a long time. "Mom?" Izuku asked as he looked at his mother, surprise overpowering all the other emotions he expected to feel at seeing her again. Then again, he hardly even recognized her. "What are you doing here?" Inko gasped and placed a hand over her mouth. The few months that they had been apart had changed both of them drastically. His mother had lost a lot of weight and now looked like the slender woman he remembered from her childhood. She was dressed in light summer clothes that fit her well, and she had the same green purse with a pink flower she always had. "Oh my goodness, what happened to you?" She swarmed towards him and stopped right in front of him. "You're so tall and your muscles." She flipped open his shirt and stared at his tattoos. Then he grabbed her hands and pushed her away slightly, mostly to calm her down. "Mom, what are you doing here?" "Oh," she took a step back and gave a polite bow. "Sorry. I should have called. But I figured since it's almost your birthday, you'd let me buy you lunch? Maybe shop for a present as well?" She looked him over again and frowned. "You've certainly grown, so maybe a couple of shirts? Are we just going to pretend that you didn't kick me out?" "Yes, that would be ideal." That took him back for a moment and he felt himself smiling. "Well, if you're that honest." "Great." She clapped and then looked towards the second door of the front entrance. "But I'm sorry, can we hurry? This place has a lot of memories for me." "Sure, let me just, get dressed." He turned and saw Orie striding past him, her hair pulled into a tight bun on the top of her head while her fringe still covered her red eye. The red blouse she had on looked like she was ready to do non-ethical business, while her black skirt said she was ready to party, thanks to the slit that showed off her thigh and emphasized her cherry blossom tattoo. Orie, what are you?" She ignored him and grabbed Inko's hands and smiled brightly. "Hi, you must be Inko. I'm Orie." Inko gasped. "Oh my goodness, you've grown so much in so many ways. I remember when you barely came up to my hip." You know me?" "Know you? I changed your diapers." Inko beamed. "How's Tanaka? And Mohaya?" Izuku could physically watch Orie freeze at the sound of her eldest brother's name. "Mohaya is..." She paused for a moment and let out a sigh that made her appear both years older and younger. "He's gone." Oh. Now it was Inko's turn to hold Orie's hands. "I'm so sorry, he was such a kind young man." "Thanks." Orie paused for a moment and then smiled again. "But Tanaka's doing great. He's just as stupid as you probably remember him being." "I remember him trying to swallow a sword when he was 6. "Yeah, that sounds about right." Orie laughed and wiped a tear from her eye. "Oh, by the way, I'm the one that's been drawing tattoos all over your son." "You are?" "Yeah, it's my quirk, so we have a lot of synergies." Inko's eyes went wide as she looked at Orie and then Izuku. "I see. Oh, I'm also your future daughter-in-law." "Orie," Izuku shouted, his face matching the red of Orie's shirt. "Oh my, so fast?" Inko looked between the two of them again. "Well, I can hardly blame you. She is an attractive young lady, Izuku." She looked back towards Orie and smiled sweetly. "I hope you don't mind if I steal him for the afternoon." "Not at all." Orie smiled and looked back towards Izuku. "Hey, hurry up and get dressed. I'll keep your mom company for a bit." Despite the overwhelming amount of concern dwelling up inside of him, Izuku found his mouth dry of words. "So, what have you been up to?" Inko asked him, her hands folded on the table in front of her. The small drink she had ordered had barely been touched while Izuku's own drink had nearly been devoured. "I mean, I don't know what you've been doing at all." "Really?" Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. "You should have been able to find something out." Inko winced, slinking down into her chair a bit more. "Mitsuki, she encouraged me to give you the space you wanted. It was hard at first, but, yeah. Oh well, I guess the most important thing to you would be that I passed my first semester at Tokyo U." "Really?" Her face lit up and then she let out a sigh. "Thank goodness, I was worried you turned into a himbo." "But, what? My first time seeing you in half a year and you're taller, jacked, and you're greeting me with your shirt open. You really didn't paint the picture of a college student." "I was relaxing." "With Orie?" Through tone alone she made him blush. "Well, yeah, she was inking me up." Izuku scratched the back of his head and sighed. "I see, well, that's one way to bond." Inko stirred her drink and stared up at him. What's your major? I haven't really decided, but I took classes in business management, law, and criminal investigation. Well, no matter what you choose. Even if I might struggle to support you, I am proud of you, Izuku. He stared at her for a moment and watched her face, from the kindness in her eyes to the light smile on her lips. I can't tell if you're lying or not. I'm not lying. At least, I don't want to be. She took a sip of her drink and sighed. Being a parent is hard. It doesn't make things right, I know. And, I'm going to struggle with agreeing with your choices, even if I shouldn't. I'm sorry, you know. For everything. For breaking my promise. For lying to you. For trying to protect you from things you didn't want to be protected from. She kept her eyes closed and continued to speak. I know an apology isn't going to fix anything. But, I want to try. She smiled at him and clapped her hands. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Why were you so against me getting tattoos? Pain crossed Inko's face and she bit her lip. Your father, he had tattoos. I never really thought much of them when we were together, but I grew to love them after he passed away. And I grew fearful. I'm sure Hanabi has told you all about how I took you and ran. That place is just painful for me. So, when you started to talk about getting a tattoo because of your quirk, I couldn't help but think about him, about them, the Amagi. I panicked, I was afraid, I thought that if you got tattoos you'd end up like your father. She smiled and kept her head down. I also thought you might end up following in his footsteps. Guess my fear pushed you down that path though. He really didn't know what to say about any of this. She was apologizing for what she did, and explaining things he had only been able to guess at. Ultimately it wouldn't change anything and she knew this. Okay, then how did you and Dad get together? I was a waitress at his favorite restaurant. Apparently he fell in love with me at first sight. Apparently it was because I had my green hair in a ponytail. Needless to say, that wasn't the best of first impressions. He asked me out 72 times before I said yes. She took a sip of her drink and smiled at him. We got married 3 months later. Really? Yes, really. Huh. Izuku stared at his mother for a moment. Well, now he knew how her and Dad got together. It was also hard not to see some parallels with his relationship with Orie and how he was just being dense. Was his mother dense? Probably. After you kicked me out, what happened to you? Inko asked. Her tone was far too chipper for this conversation. Oh, nothing much. I cried a lot, didn't eat or sleep for a while, went a bit crazy, lost a lot of weight, and my job, got evicted. Your stuff is in storage if you want it. And did a lot of soul searching. I'm sorry, what? Izuku placed both hands on the table. What happened? I just said. Inko waved him off. Don't worry, I moved in with Mitsuki, and she helped me out a lot. She honestly thought that Katsuki would be the one to rebel and had a lot of insight on what to do. She was a big help. She even helped me get a job. It pays a lot. I even go to her spin class. Well, that's good. It sounds like you got your life together. Inko shrugged and smiled. Only took me 30 years. But, you appear to have your life on track, better than I did at your age at any rate. So besides college, what have you been up to? Well, Orie's made it her life mission to turn me into a living piece of art, so that's basically a daily activity. One that both preceded and followed makeout sessions. Besides that, he shrugged. I've been just hanging around, helping Grandma in her garden, talking with the police. He shrugged. You know, the usual. You haven't done anything illegal, have you? Inko leaned across the table, her face scrunched up ever so slightly. Not that I'm judging, I just want to know. Not willingly. Probably shouldn't mention that he fought Stain at one point. Oh, I got to meet All Might. Oh? How'd that go? He was arresting me. She blinked at him. Excuse me. Yeah, you know those Nomu things? Inko nodded. Nearly everyone had heard of the creatures by now. The thing that attacked you, eh? Yeah, some of them kidnapped Eva and I chased them down and helped some heroes subdue them, and I got in trouble for being a vigilante. If his mother was expecting him to feel the slightest ounce of shame or regret over nearly getting arrested, he wasn't going to be the one to give it to her. But don't worry, she's the Amagi's police handler, showed up to set me free, and Grandma showed up to yell at All Might. Inko's nose crinkled as his story slowly digested in her mind. Who's Eva? Oh, She's a girl that I rescued from human traffickers in a joint operation with the police and some heroes. If I wasn't already sitting down, I think I'd need a seat. She placed a hand on her head and ran her fingers through her hair. Alright, well, I need to be supportive. So, promise you'll be safe, Izuku. It looks like you're trying to live the most dangerous life you can. Izuku paused and considered everything in his life. His grandmother's garden alone could put him in jail for several lifetimes. His girlfriend was Orie, will stab as a warning Yamato. He went to the fight pit frequently. He jumped at the chance to work with the police and heroes, and he kind of dive-bombed a Nomu. His mom had a point. Don't worry so much, I'll be fine. Besides, if I get into any kind of trouble, I got a guy like Tanaka backing me up. That really doesn't fill me with confidence. Well, if it helps, I have Dad watching over me. Inko tilted her head to the side. Oh, that's right, you haven't met my tattoos yet. Why don't I introduce you after we finish eating? XXXX. The last time his mother had seen his tattoos, she had freaked out and kicked him out of the house. Even earlier, when she caught a glimpse of when his shirt was unbuttoned, she had nearly freaked out. But his mother would have to get used to this part of who he was. This was his quirk. Izuku rolled up his right sleeve all the way to the shoulder, showing off Orie's artwork to the whole world. The water flowed, the plants swayed in a wind that wasn't there, and a few small critters gave the piece life to rival the greatest of animations. When it came to leaving his skin, only Raijin couldn't leave through his arm without destroying his shirt. Shade and Hisashi could, but tended to lack the necessary respect for clothing unless he specifically called them to his arm. He smiled and looked around the small clearing in the park that they had snuck off to. It was close enough to be a bit risky if someone came their way, but it couldn't be seen from the streets. Though this wasn't exactly a place he should have taken his mother. Wow, Inko looked at his arm. I knew that things came to life on your skin, Izuku. She touched his skin softly. It's like you have a whole world in there. Yeah, Orie's been calling it her life's work. Izuku laughed and marveled at his own quirk once again. But you haven't seen anything yet? I saw your giant monkey. He's an ape, but he's also a bit too big for around here. He held his arm out to the side and smiled. Let me introduce you to Hisashi. Inko took a step back, her eyes going wide, and she covered her mouth. What? Hisashi dropped out of Izuku's arm like a giant dollop of ink that vanished into the ground without a trace. A moment later, a mound of animated dirt appeared and circled around Inko's legs twice, causing her to squeal and jump while trying not to fall. Then Hisashi leapt out of the ground, his molten tongue flopping out of his mouth like an overexcited puppy dog while his large flat tail pounded the ground and his 6 stubby legs stomped on the ground. A salamander? Inko laughed, kneeling down onto one knee to get a better look at Hisashi. You got a salamander. And named him after your father. She continued to laugh as Hisashi rose up onto 4 legs to lick her in the face. He always hated that name. He did? Grandma made it sound like he loved the nickname. Oh sure, he acted tough around the other members, but the truth was that he hated it. Inko began to pet Hisashi, his tail striking the ground hard enough to cause some of the loose dirt nearby to start jumping. He actually had a phobia of lizards. He would have hated this little guy. Well, it was my way of honoring him, so I guess I missed the mark? Not at all. Inko laughed and scratched both of Hisashi's large cheeks, a bit of magma drool falling onto the grass. Her smile grew wider. As a matter of fact, I think they have the same eyes. She continued to fawn over Hisashi. You'll make sure my son is safe, right? Hisashi gave a sloppy yip and stomped its feet. You're just a great big lava lizard dog, aren't you? Mom? Did you ever want a dog? Yeah, how could you tell? Just a hunch. Despite her years of cultivating her resting bitch face into a blunt weapon that could leave cops mentally and emotionally crippled with the slightest raised eyebrow, Hanabi found it hard not to smile when she saw Izuku enter the meeting room. Pride swelled inside of her, and she found her lips being pulled upwards from the usual hard line that she tried to keep in place. It took all her effort not to start grinning like an idiot, but she could do that later. Years of dreaming and hoping had come to a sudden and brilliant reality that only allowed her but a moment to scheme and plot. Now, after months of guiding, steering, and cultivating, she felt like she could take a breath. Now Izuku was truly Amagi, Not by her own decree, not by the blood they shared, but by some intangible thing that followed him around that she couldn't quite place. The other members saw it too. With Izuku here, the old guard could finally rest with the future of the Amagi being firmly entrusted to him. Slowly, bit by bit, day by day, her role would shift from leading him to guiding him, to be his bastion of wisdom when he needed it. Or just be some crazy pain in the neck he has to put up with. Maybe she should have an end-life crisis and show this generation what the word Hellion actually meant. Grandma. Izuku nodded and sat in front of her, hands on his knees, his back straight, shoulders back and his head held high. His smile was one that she couldn't help but match, one of confidence that bordered on being just cocky enough to do something stupid, but knowing they were good enough to come out of it alive, if only just barely. The only real problem was his wild mess of green hair that seemed to be constantly on the verge of being in the way. There was no doubt about it. Izuku had fallen in love with this life, the freedom that came with it, and the exhilaration of being just barely on the brink of destruction. When he had shown up here and she lured him in with tricks, deceit, and sabotage, he had been lost, struggling to find a reason to live. So much growth in such a short time. Hanabi took in a small breath, her smile growing the more she looked at him. Hiashi would have been so proud. Who knew letting Inko rebuild that bridge would only further cement Izuku as an Amagi? Izuku! Even she could hear the smile and pride in her voice. She glanced towards Tanaka and Sho, who had sat next to Izuku. They both readily accepted their spots to Izuku's left and right, and ever so slightly behind him. They both knew, either through smarts, or in Tanaka's case instincts so ripe even a fly wouldn't bother with them. Sho, Tanaka. Granny, Tanaka bowed, his boorish face lowering slightly. Sho gave her a small knowing nod and looked towards Izuku. Truth be told, she and Sho both knew he was only here for the ceremony of the ordeal. Even Ito was hanging around outside, an eager look on his normally gaunt face. Izuku, she began in earnest, straightening her back, and flashing him a smile. His place as the young boss was all but official amongst the family. He might reject the title, or he could accept it outright. While you have been living with us for a while, I haven't asked much from you. At least, nothing that was truly illegal yet. His smile faded but his head remained high. Today, I'm going to change that. Hanabi kept her hands in her lap and stared, not at Izuku, but at the spot right behind him. I want you, Tanaka, and Sho, to complete a transaction for me. She nodded towards Wackin, who brought out a suitcase and slid it over to Izuku. It should be as simple as meeting, greeting, and completing the transaction. Izuku stared at the suitcase for a moment before he looked at her again. And what are we buying? She felt her smile tug at her eyes. Technically they're called support items, but just because it doesn't fire a damn bullet doesn't mean it's not a weapon. I trust you know why I'm getting these? Izuku nodded, his body tensed. Because of him? Exactly. Can I entrust this task to you? Izuku grabbed the case and didn't even bother to look inside of it. Just tell me when and where. That time, Hanabi didn't bother to fight her smile. So, I've been meaning to ask you. Show started as they pulled up towards their destination, a large storage facility used by the Detnerat company that was apparently the perfect place to conduct a deal like this. As far as companies went, very few people could say anything about Detnerat and not praise them in some fashion, especially those with quirks that made living a normal life difficult. They made support items for the public, not for heroes, though the company's president Rikiya Yatsubashi did just announce that they were looking into creating support items for heroes as well. And they were buying the prototypes. Izuku glanced up from the window, his fingers tapping the case of cash they were supposed to deliver. He understood and agreed with why his grandma had made this choice. Those Nomu were terrifying, and there was a chance that they might go after Eva again. Even if they didn't, Hanabi wanted to be prepared. She had lost in the war against All for One. What's up, Sho? Well, since your quirk lets you bring your tattoos to life, and Orie is basically a laser printer for tattoos, why don't you have an army or something? Tanaka bounced in the front seat and looked back at Izuku. I know the answer to that one, can I tell him? It was impossible not to smile at Tanaka's eagerness that looked completely out of place on his demonic face. Sure, go ahead. Right, so, it's like this. Since they know that their quirks kind of work based off of intent, they think that just getting a tattoo for the sake of getting a tattoo would be kind of weak. Like, right now all of Izuku's tattoos mean something. Raijin is like his desire to be strong, Hisashi is literally just his dad, Shade is his bond with Eva. Then there's the crows. The crows are helpful and stuff, but they can't really fight, since they don't really mean anything to Izuku or Orie. Tanaka explained all this while moving his arms around and flopping between looking at Izuku and Sho, causing the car to shake as it came to a stop. At least, that's what Orie told me when I tried to sell her on putting a giant robot on your leg that we could ride around in and like, save the city and stuff. That's about right. Izuku's hand went to his neck where a dozen or so crows had been added to form a black inky cloud in the sky of Orie's landscape. The crows had started off as meaningless, little more than a tool for a mission, but now they were a way for him to help protect his family. Both Orie and Eva had a crow in their shadows at all times, and he could drop a crow into someone's shadow just by having his shadow touch theirs. Tanaka opened the door and placed one foot out. Alright, I'll head in first and make sure it's legit. You two, wait for me. Tanaka got halfway out of the car and then turned back and looked at Izuku. Wait, you're in charge? Can I do that thing I just said? Yeah, go ahead Tanaka, we'll be waiting for you. Izuku had never seen Tanaka's quirk actually in action since oftentimes Tanaka simply didn't need to use it, as he tended to be able to beat people without having to use his quirk. Or maybe that just was his quirk. Seriously, how was not being able to lose in a fight a legitimate quirk? So, how much of that was true, and how much was that just Orie-branded bullshit? Sho glanced back towards Izuku with a smug eyebrow raised. Because that girl knows how to shovel shit, and Tanaka ain't afraid to sniff it? Izuku just shrugged. There's a lot of guesswork between how our quirks actually interact. Izuku leaned forward and showed off his tattooed arm. Take for example the background she put on my arm. I can bring it out technically, but the water just acts like water. It's not special, same with the other details, like the fish that live in the pond. They're just fish. But, aren't they just drawn as regular fish? Izuku sighed and held out his hand and summoned one of the oddball critters Orie had placed into the world she was creating. A fish. That was on fire. It appeared in his hand, its flames flickering, but it produced neither heat nor light. This is CFK. CFK? You mean KFC? Nope, constantly flaming carp. That's not a carp. Sho glared at the fish and then poked it. And carp starts with AC. Yeah, but then it would make sense, and that just wouldn't do for a fish that was always on fire and swims in a pond. Why does this feel like something Orie doodled because she was bored? Because it was. It was also a test. Izuku pulled CFK back into his skin and watched it plop back down in the little pond with its friends. So yeah, it's not just as simple as drawing cool stuff on my skin. I think they need to mean something. I'm not sure who it needs to mean something to, though. Izuku leaned back in his seat and glanced towards the entrance of the warehouse where Tanaka had entered. Should we go in? Sho glanced towards the entrance, his brow furrowing. Yet, either Tanaka got lost, or he could be talking to someone. They exited the car, the briefcase secured in Izuku's hand. The tingling sensation of something wrong filled the air before they even entered the warehouse. Izuku's steps fell faster to match his pounding heart, and Sho matched his pace. His breath became tighter and tighter. He felt his skin roil from unease. He shouldn't have sent Tanaka in alone. How far could Tanaka's quirk go? Could he be killed before it activated? What if it was a different quirk? Something that didn't fight? Tanaka stood in the center of the warehouse, completely still save for the small movements that showed he still drew breath. Across from him, standing just as still, was a man in a suit. His wild orange hair looked like a lion's mane, and a Detnerat badge was visible on his chest for all to see. Between the two men was a large crate that had already been opened, its contents missing. Tanaka Izuku rushed forward, his hand already working on unbuttoning his shirt. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Izuku stepped in front of Tanaka and saw that his face had a blank, almost vacant expression on his face. This wasn't good. The crate's empty too, Sho said from behind him. And this guy looks just as out of it as Tanaka. A single footstep echoed from every inch of the building. Honestly, I had expected more from Tanaka. Cold, calculating voice traveled with the constant footfalls. With all the trouble he had been causing my underlings, I had thought that he would be a bit more of a challenge, that he would simply be able to ignore my quirk, but it turns out that he's just a person. Who are you? Izuku asked. Looking around the rafters, he could see movement. A lot of movement. People were running around up there, sticking to the shadows as best they could like an infestation of rats. A pair of goons emerged from behind the pallets, and their large bodies rivaled Raijin's in terms of sheer bulk. Izuku caught the glimpse of a symbol that made his blood boil. 7 black circles all connected on a yellow background. Tokyo Clan? That's right, the voice continued. And my underlings have been itching for a chance at revenge for all the times that rabid dogs of yours beat the tar out of them. It doesn't matter if he can't be beaten in a fight if he can't fight back. Who are you? Izuku looked around and nudged Tanaka. Come on buddy, get up. Look, if you don't want to. Show started, but never finished, his expression going blank just like Tanaka's. Oh, you haven't figured it out yet, Izuku? And after all that time we spent together, the footfalls stopped, and a figure began to emerge from the shadows. His build was familiar, and the way he spoke was nearly on point, but the voice was different. Honestly, I tried to convince myself that you weren't who you are, but I guess fate has a funny way of fucking with us, doesn't it? Izuku felt his heart drop as his fear became real right in front of him. Hitoshi emerged from the shadows. His wild purple hair was unmistakable, and he was slowly pulling off a black mask that must have changed his voice. Hitoshi? What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Hitoshi laughed and stretched his hands out wide. I'm the leader of the Tokyo Clan. But what about your dream of? Reality snapped shut as Izuku realized what had happened to Tanaka, and what had happened to him. Hitoshi's quirk was brainwashing, and he had walked right into his trap. Honestly, Izuku, you should know better than anyone. Hitoshi's voice drifted through the fog of his mind. Dreams mean nothing. Kneel. His body began to move on its own, his own autonomy being brutally stripped away from him and being replaced with Hitoshi's will. A thick fog covered his mind, making even his own thoughts feel like they were just fleeting images at the edge of his vision, keeping him locked in an endless maze of half-ideas. There was a trap. A double cross? A leak? How did? Since when? Skip. Escape? Skip what? Didn't matter. Skip. Break free. Get out. Freedom. Anger. Revenge. Concepts swirled in the fog, clashing against each other and creating thoughts and ideas at random. Will alone wouldn't be enough to break out of this. Was this how he died? Brainwashed by his friend and watched as someone slit his neck? Pain surged through his face, and he became very aware of the giant light blue palm that had been slammed into his face and the surge of electricity that had his hair standing on ends. Compared to the fog, the pain was a blessing. Raijin removed his palm from Izuku's face, and despite blood falling from his nose, Izuku smiled. Even if Hitoshi could brainwash his body, his tattoos had a will of their own. And there was no way that Raijin would ever be content with such a lackluster ending. Izuku locked eyes with Hitoshi and stood, the pure satisfaction of open defiance and the rage he felt at Hitoshi's betrayal made for a potent mix of emotions. Things made sense now. Hitoshi hadn't grown distant because of school stress. He had figured out Izuku's relationship with the Amagi and had simply played the role of friend for the time being. Impressive, Hitoshi said loudly, his hands gripping the railway so hard that Izuku could see the white of his knuckles. Truly, you had a quirk worth being a hero. All you needed was someone to support you. I didn't have that. The urge to shout at Hitoshi was strong. Hitoshi simply had a knack for getting people to react to them, but anything that was said to him could be used as a weapon to activate his quirk. The raw power of Hitoshi's quirk made it simple to imagine how he had managed to become the leader of the Tokyo Clan. He wiped the blood from his nose and flicked it onto the ground. Despite the situation, despite the 2 large goons, despite the dozen or so Tokyo Clan members all armed with high-tech support items, despite Hitoshi, Izuku found himself smiling. Tsurudo Nesuke, Hitoshi's voice had a powerful, commanding aura even when he wasn't using his quirk. The 2 large goons began to grow their quirks, enlarging their bodies and making their monstrous physiques even more gruesome and savage-looking. The one on the right had a massive shark-like head and gray skin, while the other looked like a giant werewolf with extremely elongated ears. Hitoshi snapped his fingers. "Take care." Raijin burst from Izuku's shirt, tearing it off of him with a single explosive burst of raw power that shook the building as a whole. With a mighty punch, Raijin sent Tanaka flying into the wall that silenced the whole room. The great ape rolled its massive shoulders and electricity began to arc off of his back. Not to be outdone, Hisashi leapt from Izuku's other arm and slammed down onto Sho, swiping his tongue across Sho's head and giving him the mother of all cowlicks. Shade emerged calmly at his side, the dull look of unbridled fury that only a cat could muster directed right at Hitoshi. "Get him," Hitoshi shouted, and Nesuke and Saruto began to charge. Raijin slapped the ground with the sound of thunder and met the shark-headed one's charge with the roar of a thunderstorm. Despite Raijin's relatively smaller size, the shark was not only stopped in his tracks, but was pushed back by Raijin's primal charge. That just left the wolf. Shade wrapped one of her tails around Izuku's leg, pulling him into that ethereal form that would allow him to effortlessly avoid the wolf's tooth-filled charge. If it ever happened. A Tanaka-shaped missile slammed into the wolf's side, stopping it completely. "Not today, Nesuke, you're mine," Tanaka roared. A guttural laugh erupted from Tanaka as he pulled back a giant red fist that sent the wolf a step back. It was nearly impossible to tell where Tanaka's quirk ended and where his impressive physical physique began. Maybe the two were one and the same. Izuku glanced over to Sho and saw him standing up from Hisashi's tackle, a disgusted look on his face as he glanced around. "Tanaka!" Izuku shouted and kept his eyes off of Hitoshi. He didn't know how Hitoshi's quirk exactly worked, but there was a good chance that the person had to actually talk to Hitoshi, otherwise Tanaka would have instantly been under control again. Or he was walking into Hitoshi's trap. "Fin. Don't talk or they'll brainwash you." "But you just did?" "Tanaka." "Fine, no talking." The shark, who Izuku could only guess was Saruto, bit into Raijin's arm, its multiple razor-sharp teeth tearing through Raijin's thick head and making Izuku flinch as the sensation was sent back to him. Though if he was honest, Orie's love bites hurt more. With a roar, Raijin began to slam his hand into the side of Saruto's head. Every blow sounded like thunder, and already Izuku could see Saruto begin to regret his choice of chomping on a lightning ape. Tanaka's own fight felt like it should have been one-sided. With the sheer bulk and size that Nesuke had, should have been able to completely overpower Tanaka, but he wasn't. "Ha ha ha!" Tanaka roared with laughter as he grabbed onto Nesuke's wicked claws and twisted him into the air. His jacket had split down the back, unable to take Tanaka's exertion for more than a moment. "Ha! Why was he laughing? It was kind of creepy." "Why are you laughing?" Hitoshi spoke. "Echi!" Tanaka's laughter grew with each passing moment. "Fucking smarts." Hitoshi tossed his arm to the side and looked at his underlings. "What are you guys waiting for? Get the support items and put them to use. Right, boss? What about Saruto and Nesuke? Get out of there, you two," Hitoshi shouted. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the panic on his former friend's face. He was still new to this whole leading thing, and the pressure was probably getting to him. Not that Izuku had much room to speak. All things considered, he was just standing around watching Tanaka and Raijin fight. He had no idea what those support items could actually do, and part of him didn't want to bother finding out. Izuku turned to Sho and looked at the Detnerad employee that was still dazed. With a small nod, Sho grabbed the case and began to pull the employee out of the warehouse. It would be a bad idea for their contact to die, especially if both the loot and cash weren't around. A charging sound brought Izuku's attention up towards one of the Tokyo clan goons. The support item that he wielded looked like a high-tech gun with a large speaker on the end. It fired with a sound that consumed all the other sounds around it with a low hum. Shade wrapped its tail around Izuku, once again drawing him into that astral realm just before the blast of sound hit him. Despite Shade's protection, the weapon's attack still tore through Izuku. The sound alone was enough to make his ears scream and his stomach churn. Joints popped, vessels strained, and ears cracked. It hurt. A lot. But the worst part was the nausea that followed. His insides had been twisted, and he couldn't even feel which way was up and down anymore. It was almost enough for him to beg for Hitoshi's fog once again, if only to escape his own body. If he had time to think, he would have realized that sound-based attacks would be able to get him even with Shade's ability to phase through objects since he could still hear and see while in that mode. Such a lame way to get taken out. He stumbled, clutching his stomach and covering his mouth as fresh blood poured from his nose and possibly his ears as well. His vision blurred, and he heard that charging noise again. Ichi. Tanaka's obnoxious as fuck laugh tore through the ear-piercing silence that had followed that blast. With a roar, Izuku found himself being thrown out of the warehouse by one of Tanaka's large red hands just as another blast hit. Izuku hit the ground hard before Hisashi caught him and softened the blow just enough to stop him. Tanaka? Izuku muttered, barely able to keep his mind together. Tanaka had taken a direct blast. But he still stood, blood poured from his ears and nose. Ichi. Tanaka continued and turned to face the entire Tokyo clan force. His shirt was in tatters after the first blast. Fire everyone, fire everything. Izuku felt his heart drop as he heard that same charging sound once again rising in crescendo as multiple of those support items began to fire on Tanaka. The first one hit Tanaka, and he stopped in his tracks. Thunder without sound tore through the entire area as Tanaka was hit again and again by the support items. One blast had nearly killed Izuku. Two would have made him wish for death. A third? A third would have been instant death. But Tanaka had taken a dozen or more of these blasts, all firing in succession. This was it. This was how Tanaka died. Ichi. Tanaka's laugh tore through the silence. The dust began to settle as the weapon fire slowed. Tanaka stood undaunted. Unmoved. Still alive. Ha! The tattered remains of Tanaka's clothes fell to the side, and Izuku saw full in the first time the tattoo Orie had given her brother to protect him. At that moment, he understood why Tanaka never took his shirt off around other people. A gigantic Oni skull covered Tanaka's back and even reached up around his massive shoulders. Its pure porcelain white bones seemed unnatural against Tanaka's deep red skin. The details were immaculate, small cracks lined the skull, and the teeth were as red as the horns that jutted out from the skull. A long snake-like dragon slithered around and through the skull, going through its mouth and eyes and glaring at whoever dared to look at it. Dead flower petals surrounded the base of the skull. Despite all of this, the art did not inspire awe, nor did it inspire beauty. No, it inspired something so much more primal. This was Orie's attempt to protect her older brother. A grief-fueled tattoo that would make everyone too afraid to fight her brother. Izuku, Sho pulled him up by the arm. You alright? I'll live. Izuku muttered, still staring at Tanaka. He seemed to be larger than life right now. An almost golden aura seemed to surround him. Is he? He's Tanaka. Sho answered. He'll complain about hurting tomorrow, but he won't lose. Now let me treat your wounds. But there's still... A few screams of terror joined Tanaka's laugh as the Tokyo clan began to run. Only one at first, then it snowballed, and soon even the two large goons Nesuke and Saruto were running away from Tanaka at top speeds. Hitoshi was the last to run, as he took the time to glare at Izuku one last time. The look said that cliché phrase that Hitoshi was too prideful to say, this wasn't over. Izuku attempted to conjure a crow and have it follow Hitoshi, but only managed to greet the darkness. XXXX. Izuku stared up at the stars and glared for a long time. There were a lot of things that he had learned yesterday, a lot of things that were going to affect what he did and didn't do in the future. His inability to put a crow on Hitoshi was annoying, but he had a feeling he'd find his friend again soon. Orie was resting her head on his shoulder while Eva's head was on his lap. Both of them had shown up to comfort him. But he didn't need comfort. He needed answers. Did Hitoshi feel betrayed that Izuku turned out to be a member of the Amagi? What was with that ambush? Did someone leak their deal? There were so many things he didn't know. He sighed for the 10th time in the last 5 minutes and closed his eyes. What was he going to do? Well, Hanabi asked as she approached him, her arms folded up in her usual kimono. You just found out your friend is the leader of the Tokyo clan, and apparently he's not willing to pull punches. What are you going to do about it? Izuku stared at her for a few seconds and then shrugged. I really don't know. What do you think? The only advice I can give is to do what you want and fuck everything else. Hanabi swatted his question to the side with all the ease in the world. She sat next to him with a sigh that made all of his worrying appear pointless. What you're going through sucks. Most people will say that death is the worst thing that can happen to someone you care about, but those people have never had a knife in their back. So what? Orie asked, leaning up to join in the conversation. I mean, are you just telling him to give up on Hitoshi? Who knows, I'm old, bitter, and a bit crazy. Hanabi waved her hand and cracked a grin. Believe me, I know many things about revenge. There's no greater peace of mind than an absolute victory, but only if you're prepared for it. So what do I do? Izuku asked again. I mean, should I go out and find him? We have options. Hanabi winked. Unlike us and the Shei Hasakai, the Tokyo clan never really had a relationship with the police. They were too decentralized for that. Now that they have a leader, it would be easy for us to give them his name and let the police handle it. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a sigh. I don't think that's a good idea. Why? Orie asked. Hitoshi didn't even bother trying to talk to you. He basically tried to murder you. She pulled out her needle and grinned at him, her red eye giving off a dangerous glow. I want to give him a tattoo. On the eye. Well, it's just, I know me and Hitoshi can be friends, right? When we only knew each other as fellow students and not as Yakuza, we were fine. I don't see why we can't do something with that. The Tokyo clan has been aggressive with us. It feels like Tanaka spends more time fighting them off than anything. Hanabi nodded. Indeed, peace with them would be nice. And more possible now that there's someone actually in charge. But it sounds like this Hitoshi guy is upset with you, and with what you said of his quirk, it's going to be impossible to even talk to him. Izuku groaned and closed his eyes again. This sucks. Yep. Hanabi laughed and then nudged him in the side. You want to know what doesn't suck? Me? Orie asked. Oh wait. No, I do. Down girl. Hanabi glared. What? Izuku asked, smiling at Orie's dirty joke. Eva just looked at him with a curious look. Her red hair was slowly getting longer. Skydiving. Hanabi laughed and nudged him in the arm again. Wanna go? Figure you could use a vacation. Has anybody ever told you you're like the coolest grandma ever? Yes, but you have a good decade of compliments to catch up on, so keep it up. You have both my humblest apologies for this whole mess and my sincerest thanks for saving my employee. It's rather difficult to find men I trust enough to complete such a deal, you understand? The sly, almost too cheerful voice from the Deternat president seemed to be a mix of ruthless capitalist and a used car salesman that had used far too much grease in his hair. Of all the people Izuku had expected to be calling them about the deal gone bad, Izuku hadn't expected the actual public face of the company to call directly. That felt like a bad idea on several levels. What on earth would they do if the Amagi went public with this information? Maybe this guy was just a good businessman but terrible at basic human things. Like survival. Izuku looked around the isolated room in the underground of the Amagi compound. Monitors lined the entirety of one wall, each one showing key points of Amagi territory. The casino and the main compound were the most heavily monitored, but there were a few cameras in the fight club and a few more in the red light district. The ones that kept drawing Izuku's attention were those placed at the bridges. Historically, the Amagi group and the Tokyo clan had been divided by a large river, though at times that border had shifted a lot. Thanks to Tanaka, the historical riverside border had been restored. A long table sat in the center of the room, and sitting at the head was his grandmother, a deep frown etched into her normally lively face. Wackin sat near her, arms crossed over his chest and a deep scowl pointed towards the phone. Beside Izuku sat Sho, who looked like a ball of fury about to erupt at a moment's notice. How did this happen? Hanabi said in a voice that sounded like the crackling of embers before they sprung to life once more. This was a meeting on your terms at your facility. So how? Well, we were able to confirm that it was largely a coincidence. An ambush like that was just a coincidence? If looks could kill, Rikia would have been brutally murdered through the phone. Are you taking me for a fool? Sorry, I should be more clear. Allow me to explain. After reviewing the footage, we found that several of the Tokyo clan members had scouted the building over the week prior. It's likely they just happened to be robbing the place when our deal was about to begin. My employee said that he greeted the man with purple hair, asking if he was with the Amagi, but after that his memory was foggy until you saved him. Rikia paused for a moment. His phone had been stolen as well. It's likely that they found out about your meeting through that. Izuku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. They had a fight like that due to dumb luck? He leaves his phone unlocked? Wackin asked. Probably not. Sho answered. From what I understand of Hitoshi's quirk, he can give you commands. Unlocking a phone could be easy, depending on how it was locked. Shin had a biometric as his only lock, Rikia confirmed. I might have to require my employees to have a code as well. That's fine and all, Hanabi growled, but how are you going to compensate us? Another deal, of course, one that's more favorable to you. We at Detnerat are always innovating and pushing the bounds of illegal support items. Izuku looked towards his grandmother, eyebrow raised. Was this a sales pitch? She scoffed and shrugged, both hands going up in pure done with this shit energy. She sighed and glared at the phone again. And what about the items that were stolen from you? Those weapons that are now pointed at us? Oh, we have no intention of retrieving those support items. Rikia's attitude shifted from placating to dismissive in a heartbeat. Really, it doesn't matter who gets these items so long as they're not heroes. Because of Tanaka's unique meta ability, as well as Izuku's, I'm not too concerned about your ability to weather this storm, and I'd prefer us to be allies in the future. Then why aren't you? Because I don't want to shut the door on the Tokyo clan, now that it's clear they have some form of organization. Rikia cut Hanabi off with the firmness of his voice. This wasn't like the police who had to do anything because of the laws. This was a man that knew his exact position and all the chips he held. It was kind of frightening. Look at it this way. Through Detnerat, you'll have a third party that'll assist with a peaceful avenue should you wish it. A pause filled the room. We'll be in touch. The line went silent. Sho was the first to stand, and he took a few careful steps towards the fire extinguisher. Sho, you best not touch that thing. Hanabi growled. Her fists were balled so tightly that the white of her knuckles were visible. If I want to burn the whole damn house down, I'll let you know. But your hair's on fire. Sho. Right. Sho rolled his eyes and sat back down. For a long time, the room was filled with a silent rage while everyone digested the conversation. Detnerat still wanted to do business with them, but they were now playing the double-sided role of a proper arms dealer selling to both sides. From what Izuku understood, there was nothing they could really do about it. Fortunately, it was far more illegal to use support items in a fight than it was for quirks to be used, so what Hitoshi could actually do with them was actually limited. Any large-scale conflict could have the Tokyo clan become rebranded as a villain group in the snap of a finger. Then it would be game over for them. We'll just have to keep relying on Tanaka, Izuku said and folded his fingers in front of him. I told him about Hitoshi's quirk, so he just said he'll keep laughing when he fights against the Tokyo clan. That's good. Sho leaned back, a smug grin on his face. It means that they'll start to shit themselves whenever they go to a comedy. Given the amount of fear that Orie's tattoo caused him to personally feel, Izuku had to agree with that possibility. All right, Hanabi clapped and stood, a wide smile on her face. I'm done with this shit. Izuku, pack your bags. Why? We're going skydiving in Tahiti. After that you and Orie can fuck off and discover why you shouldn't fuck on the beach, while I pretend to be a normal-ass grandma that wants to do boring shit all day. Wackin snorted. By that she means put everyone younger than her to shame. Not my fault everyone over 30 acts like they'll break going downstairs. Hanabi crossed her arms and pouted. Wackin, you're in charge. Hi, I'll make sure no one tries a coup while you're gone. Fuck that, encourage it, give me something fun to do when we get back. Wait, are we really going now? Izuku stood and asked. But Hitoshi? The Tokyo clan? Those Nomu things? Things will be fine. Hanabi waved her hand like she was swatting a fly. That Hitoshi boy is smart enough to know he shouldn't start an all-out war with us, and if we leave now, we'll be back before I Island when the heroes and police are most active. Really, even if we did stay, there'd be nothing to do. Perfect time for a vacation. But Hanabi placed a bony finger on his chest. And you need to take a break to clear your mind off this bullshit? Izuku gave a light wince. Honestly, going to a fun-sounding place like Tahiti sounded like a great trip for his 18th birthday. Living alone with his mom, they barely had enough money some years to have fried chicken on Christmas. A trip out of the country was never really in the books. Don't I need a passport? Already taken care of? Hanabi glanced toward Sho, who gave a small thumbs up. Eva too, that girl's been training non-stop and she needs a break. Wackin gave a light grunt in confirmation. Just don't throw her in the water. But she can't swim? Izuku asked. I mean, I could teach her and... Her body is too dense. Humans are barely able to float in water as it is, but if you throw Eva into the ocean she'll sink like a rock, and no amount of swimming would be able to save her. Wackin grunted and then shrugged. And no, floaties wouldn't help. Be like tying a rock to a balloon. Got it, Eva doesn't mix with water. Izuku nodded and looked back towards his grandmother. Why Tahiti? Why not Okinawa? Half the places in Okinawa won't allow people with tattoos. Hanabi placed her hands on top of his arms, a sad smile on her face. If you go there, you'll be stared at, jeered at, and people will avoid you just because you've turned your body into a work of art and self-expression. Her eyes twinkled as she looked up at him, a kindly smile that seemed to be perfect for a grandmother gracing her lips. I know you have tough skin, but I want you to experience the outside world. That grandmotherly smile was replaced with one that belonged on a hellion. Besides, Tahiti is more fun. Do try to make sure Hanabi doesn't start. Wackin paused and twirled his hand for a moment. An incident? You hush. Hanabi threw up her hands and walked past Izuku. I'm too old for this shit, let's get going woo. Izuku watched his grandmother leave before he turned to look at Wackin, who had yet to really move from his seat. Your grandmother has ants in her pants? Wackin kept his eyes shut and sighed. Once she wants to do something, there ain't nothing on earth that'll stop her. You got that right, Hanabi's voice drifted from down the hall. Now come on. XXXX. Izuku stared down at the expansive blue lagoon that was filled to the brim with warm water and pure white sandy beaches. Just the view alone had made the plane trip worth it, though he had barely gotten a moment to enjoy it before his grandmother had grabbed him by the arm and loaded him onto a much smaller plane. It took him about 6 seconds to realize that he was about to go skydiving, which gave him plenty of time to deal with the fact that he was going really high up in the air. You want to know what the best part about Tahiti is? Hanabi all but shouted as the plane door opened, allowing the wind to come rushing in and smacking both of them in the face. Before Izuku could answer, she peeled off her parachute and headed towards the door. The Quirk laws. With that, Izuku watched as his grandmother jumped out of the plane, her body taking to the air like a piece of paper on the street. She glided effortlessly, flipping, turning, and dancing in the air, before she ignited. A mixture of orange and blue flames engulfed her, forming the vague shape of a bird that soared through the air. She does this every time. The skydiving instructor Izuku was currently strapped to gave a small sigh. If she didn't pay so well, we'd have banned her. Oh well, you ready to go big guy? Do I jump? Or fall both work? Izuku took a step out of the plane and found that rush his grandmother had been talking about. Plummeting towards the earth had its own unique set of charms to it. Her body was weird. Eva stared at the wet footprints that Izuku had made along the sandy beach and contemplated them for a moment. His feet were broad, and because of his bulk he displaced a lot of sand. The same was true with Orie, though her feet were slightly smaller than Izuku's. It made a lot of sense for them to leave footprints on the beach. They were both big and rather heavy. But what didn't make sense was her footprints. She glanced at her trail of small, barely there indentations that faded quickly with each small wave on the beach. That didn't make sense. While she was far shorter than both Izuku and Orie, she was heavier than Orie, and maybe even Izuku. It was because of her quirk. Her body was just really dense. Which was why, despite having gained a lot of weight since being rescued, she didn't really show it. Instead, her muscles had become more defined. When she didn't eat stuff, she even had a six-pack. So since her feet were smaller and she was heavier, She should be sinking into the sand a lot more than Izuku and Orie. But she took a sip from the fizzy sweet drink that they had gotten her and gave a small hop. She landed with a small wet splash. She still barely made a dent in the sand. Orie had mentioned that the tattoo on her back would do something. Was this it? Making her light on her feet? Wackin Sensei said she was light on her feet a lot. She kind of hoped that her tattoo would come to life like Izuku's. But that was his quirk. Still, she ran her hand along the thick tribal lines that Orie had carved into her arm and paid special attention to her wrist. The scars from where she had been bound by iron had vanished, replaced by the smooth skin of Orie's tattoo. Her left arm offered a stark contrast between her skin before and after Orie's handiwork. Those scars were ugly and rough, and reminded her of a time best left forgotten. I like them. Eva pulled her hand up and looked along the long white beach that faced the central island of wherever they had taken her. Even with the light crowd of people that were likewise enjoying the island, it was easy to pick out Izuku and Orie from the crowd. They were standing in front of another smaller building, talking to someone about something or another. With a hum and a shrug, she took another sip of her drink and walked towards them. Hey! A hand on her shoulder stopped her, and a tall man with blonde hair stood beside her. He was tan, and had a shark tooth necklace hanging around his neck. He was fit, but Izuku had him beat on every level. The guy spoke in a lackadaisical way as his arms snaked around her shoulders, and he showed a complete lack of awareness for her personal space. There was also the fact that she could probably throw him into the ocean. He was speaking what Eva guessed English, which, according to her tutor, would be easier for her to learn, but they didn't want to interfere with her Japanese. They did teach her a very powerful thing to say. Fuck off. She met his eyes and shrugged out of his grip before taking another sip of her drink. The dude bro person, however, was persistent, and not even the good kind of persistent. He moved towards her again, arms out wide, and he spoke in a soft voice that Eva could only assume was his attempt to seduce her. Or placate her. He touched her shoulder again and Eva glared at it, all while this random guy continued to talk to him. Hey, Orie stepped up beside them. In theory, both she and Orie were wearing the same swimsuit, a black tube top with a hole in the center that was supported by several straps around the neck and shoulders, and a plain black bikini bottom. A translucent white shirt covered the shoulders and stopped before it reached the stomach, and a white wrap was tied around the waist. On Eva, it was cute, and made her feel like she was here for fun on the beach. The wrap covered her waist perfectly, and she could even bounce her hips to make it act like a skirt. On Orie, it turned the older girl's curves into a dangerous weapon. The little window in the tube top provided a glance into Orie's cleavage, and even the white shirt seemed to be straining against her bust. The wrap likewise emphasized her curves, as it was tied into a split at one side, showing a whole lot of hip and thigh and allowing the full length of Orie's cherry blossom tattoo to be seen. Eva took an aggressive sip of her drink as she contemplated asking for a similar tattoo. Sure, now that she wasn't malnourished, she was starting to get some of what Orie had, but it felt like it would take a century for her to get there. The guy stepped away from Eva and towards Orie, a large smile on his face as he spoke to her, his eyebrows doing that weird thing that guys did when they thought they were being clever. Orie kept up a calm smile as she replied to him in English. Her smile didn't even fade when he touched her shoulder and gestured towards the resort. Eva stared at the hand for a moment and looked at Orie, who was still smiling. One of her jobs was to protect Orie, and she was pretty sure that a stranger like this guy wasn't supposed to touch her. Still holding her drink, she grabbed the guy's wrist and pulled it behind his back with a simple motion, just like Wackin had shown her a couple of weeks ago. Instantly, he was forced onto his knees and nearly fell over before he caught himself with his free hand. He made a pained groan and struggled against her grip. But he was just a guy, and she was Eva. Good job, Eva. Orie gave her a thumbs up and squatted down to look the guy in the face again. Just don't break his arm, all right? Bleh, Eva stuck out her tongue and shrugged. Orie began to talk to the guy again. This time her voice was sickly sweet as he began to make several whining and terrified noises at Orie's words. Once the poor bastard had probably learned his lesson or something, Orie stood and brushed off her wrap and gave Eva a small nod. Eva, you can let him go now. She did so and watched as the guy scrambled away on four limbs before he managed to get up on his feet and run away screaming. Eva shrugged and took another sip of her drink only to find it empty. But it was so good. What did you tell him? Oh, Orie clapped her hands and smiled brightly, showing off her sharp and pointy teeth that could make a shark look like a herbivore. I just explained to him that he was flirting with the girlfriends of a Yakuza boss, and asked if he knew what would happen if he was found out. Oh, Eva looked towards where the guy had run off. What happens then? Orie shrugged. Fuck if I know, probably nothing. A guy like that really isn't worth anything more than some shits and giggles. Are you two done terrorizing the local populace? Izuku stood behind them with a large beach ball under one arm and a disc thingy in the other. The forest green board shorts he wore looked good and showed off his toned body. Izuku had abs. Did he like abs? Orie didn't have abs, so maybe he didn't. No, Eva announced proudly. He wasn't local anyways. Orie flipped her hand and popped her hip out. Now come on, let's go have some fun. Even as she had the time of her life playing on the beach with Izuku and Orie, Eva couldn't help but wonder what exactly Orie had meant by girlfriends. XXXX. Her cheeks hurt from how much she had smiled today. It was a problem that was becoming increasingly more common, and that was a good thing. Eva stared out over the large lagoon, her eyes drawn towards the city that clung to the coast of the main island. Tomorrow night, they would be heading there for the night via boat and hitting up one of the many nightclubs that the city housed, but before that, she and Orie were supposed to go dress shopping. She followed the dark shadow that the island cast in the star-filled night and looked towards the mountain that she and Izuku were going to hike the day after. Orie was invited, but she laughed and said no. Tonight she was tempted to just stay in their hotel room. Or try to find Hanabi. After she took Izuku skydiving and checked them into their resort room, they had only seen Hanabi in passing, often in some new outfit or with a new wild hairstyle. It wasn't that she really wanted to go do those things, rather it was just to let Izuku and Orie have some alone time. They were a couple. And she was their friend. She was effectively a third wheel. She kicked her feet and braced herself further against the railing. Maybe I shouldn't have come. Wrong? Orie's sing-song voice made Eva jump. She spun her back against the railing and saw Orie walk onto their patio. She was wearing the same swimsuit from earlier, only this time she had a grass skirt on and a red flower in her hair. Orie swayed her hips and walked towards Eva, a white flower in her hand. Both me and Izuku want you here, Eva. But Eva bowed her head slightly as Orie began to place the flower in her ear. Aren't I in the way of you guys doing couple stuff? Are you? The smile in Orie's voice was enough to put one on Eva's face. The sardonic tone that seemed to underlie every single breath Orie took was charming in its own unique and twisted way. Because nothing is really stopping you from joining in. Eva gasped, and her hand flew towards the white flower in her hair. She stared at Orie for a few moments. But Orie placed a hand on Eva's lips. The scent of whatever perfume or body wash Orie had used was potent, and it made the growing heat on Eva's cheeks all the more apparent. Oh, believe me, I've been thinking about this a lot, Eva. Orie placed her hands on Eva's shoulders and gave a few soft rubs. I'm normally pretty good at knowing what I want, and for a while I've been wanting a girlfriend. But Izuku is my boyfriend, lover, future husband, and a bunch of other things that he doesn't know that he is yet, Orie hummed. The light touches she was doing were making Eva feel strange. Intoxicated? Even. So, after watching you grow up? Orie stopped, her face turning sour. God, that makes me sound like a pervert. After getting to know you and watching you go from skin and bones into someone with a six-pack and a pert, but I kind of decided that I want to start working on opening up Izuku's mind and get him to stop being so prudish so I can have a goddamn three-way. Izuku doesn't want one? Eva placed a hand over her pounding heart and stared down at the ground. Doesn't want me? It takes him a while to figure out what he wants, but once he does, God, it's hot. Orie's entire body shivered at whatever thought had just crossed her mind. And believe me, as an expert on thinking that I know exactly what Izuku wants, he wants you. I just got him first. Orie kneeled down slightly to overcome what was nearly a foot of difference in height between them. But I'm going to need a bit of help from you to get Izuku comfortable with the idea. So, what do you say? Wanna become mine and Izuku's girlfriend? Her heart pounded in her chest. but her smile was untainted by the tears that were falling from her face. She felt so happy right now. So happy. But I'm not ready. I'm not ready. She looked at her hands. The markings from where her training bracers normally sat were gone, leaving only the scars on one arm and the tattoos on the other. I'm not ready. You said that, so explain. Orie ran her hands along Eva's shoulders, her blue eyes showing more concern and understanding than Eva thought possible. Please. Izuku had to save me. She fiddled with her hands and bit back a light sob. Twice. I don't want him to have to save me anymore. I'm not strong enough. I can barely speak Japanese. I have a lot of work to do before I'm ready. Really? Orie laughed and pulled Eva into a tight hug. Well, I've never been the damsel in distress, so I wouldn't really know. Just try not to take too long, alright? Eva returned the hug and nodded. I'll do my best. Now come on, there's a luau thingy going on and Granny is going to be dancing with fire. I don't want to miss that. I know, right? Honestly, when I'm that old, I want to be that crazy. You are that crazy. Already? Thanks. Izuku stepped out onto the tranquil beach, the calm waters barely lapping against the softest sand he had ever touched. Everything felt more beautiful here, and he had even seen Orie in so many new lights that he could hardly believe she was the same person. Eva also seemed to be experiencing something similar. She was really coming into her own and becoming a beautiful young woman that could casually beat the shit out of most dudes without breaking a sweat. Perhaps the most important thing was that this vacation had given him time to think. Think about his place in life. Think about where he had come from and where he was going next. The calm ocean nearly mirrored the clear night sky, making it feel like he was walking into a globe of stars beckoning him to jump in and go for a swim. From his earliest years, he had always wanted to be a powerful hero. He had always wanted to be like All Might and have people recognize his strength. Being Yakuza was to stand on the other side of a very defined line from hero. While not a complete villain, he had come to terms that the majority of the things the Amagi group did were simply illegal. From the fight pit, to the casino, the drugs, and the insurance schemes, they, and now he, were criminals. It wasn't until this vacation that he had found the exact reason why he had been so okay with all of this. Power. It had started with Orie and the promise of tattoos. Then it was the exhilaration of the fight pit. Then it was family. But at the end of the day, he found himself enjoying the power being Yakuza brought. He honestly wasn't bitter that he hadn't been able to become a hero anymore. If anything, he was grateful for it. He had gotten to find out so much about himself, his family, his father, and so much more about this world than he would have if he went to UA. And then there were his friends. Tanaka, Ida, Sho, Wackin, and all the other members were all close to him, and they treated each other with respect. Eva stood out from that group as someone that was hard to place. She was closer to where he placed Orie as someone that was just a bit more important to him. But Orie was Orie. She had been the catalyst for his current life, and he wanted to keep her in his life. Part of him had been worried that they were only close because his addiction to getting tattoos matched her addiction of giving them perfectly. Their quirks were just beyond compatible. But he was sure now he was in love with Orie. A plume of fire erupted from the beach and stretched over the ocean for a dazzling moment that remained etched into his eyes as he made his way towards its source. Hanabi Midoriya. His grandmother. He had only known her for less than half a year, but he couldn't help but feel like she had done a better job raising him than how own mother did. It was because she believed in him. Everything he did she supported, and sure, she tried to guide him, but she never lied to him. That, and she was the kind of crazy badass that he wanted to be when he was her age. She stood knee-deep in the sandy shore, a warm glow coming from her submerged hands while steam billowed up all around her. Every breath she took caused the sea around her to boil as she worked a glowing object with her hands. Grandma? What are you doing? Making souvenirs? She snapped her head back to him and nodded towards a chair she had set up on the secluded beach. Mostly just trying to wear myself out for the plane ride home tomorrow morning. She let out a laugh that was closer to a cackle and flashed a smile at him before returning to her project. Though part of me is hoping I sleep in and you leave my wrinkled ass here. Please, you'd be bored of this place in a week. Within a week I'll be hunting sharks with a harpoon just to feel alive. Her cackle carried over the sea far more than it should have, as though she was sending a warning to every single sea creature there that they were simply sport to this crazy old woman. But don't worry, I'm not ready to leave everything to you just yet. Wait. Izuku felt his blood run cold enough to freeze the ocean. What? The light in Hanabi's hands faded, and she held up a small piece of glass that drew every piece of light into itself. It was as though a star had fallen from the heavens and had been given form and shape. Don't go acting all modest, you're a smart kid. She turned and started to walk towards him. Ambitious too, I see so much of myself in you. She placed a warm hand on his chest right above where Hisashi rested. A bit of your grandfather too, and more than a bit of your father as well. She walked past him, her words leaving him brimming with pride and filling him with a sense of unease. It shouldn't be a surprise that you're going to be leading the Amagi. But wouldn't someone else be better? Like Wackin? Izuku held up his hands as he followed after his grandmother. He's a hard ass, but he's too old and has the leadership abilities of a blind duck in the snow. Was that an actual saying? What about Ida? No drive. Show. He's on my side and thinks you'll be a good head. Tanaka? Hanabi just looked at him for a moment with only the sound of the ocean to mock how stupid his words were. Right, too stupid? Don't worry so much, Izuku. I'll stick around until you're ready, and even then you'll know where I am if you ever need an old woman to come save you. She cracked a smile and placed down the piece of glass on a flat rock where some others sat. With a groan, she plopped down onto her chair and stretched. Just figure I'd let you know what's in the cards. I don't know what to say. Izuku kicked the sand at his feet and then looked up towards the stars. I'm pretty sure being a Yakuza head is a long way away from being a hero. Meh. That noise served to bring out every single fault in the hero society they lived in, kicking and screaming into the light where it was ultimately found wanting. Being a hero ain't nearly as glamorous as you think it is. Nor are they as good as you think. Just as you're aware that we aren't all bad, they aren't all good. What do you mean? Izuku sat in the sand beside his grandmother and followed her far-off gaze towards the ocean. You learned about Destro in school, right? Yeah, didn't he lead a terrorist group? Hanabi barked and then adjusted herself in her seat. That's a title I never thought I'd earned. You were a member of the Meta Liberation Front. Fuck yeah, I was, and we weren't a terrorist group either. She kicked her legs and glared forward like she could see the memory vividly. Not at first, at any rate. We started off with peaceful protests. You know, a bunch of college students following around some older guy that had ideas we liked. Hunger strikes in front of the diet, standing out in the rain, blocking streets, anything we could think of to get the message out that quirks shouldn't be outlawed. That they were a new part of human nature. We had sister groups all over the world, mostly in first world countries where the governments were strong enough to ban quirks. For a while, it felt like we had hope. Then quirktocracies sprung up. Less smirty, most of all put the fear in people of what quirks could do unchecked. And our conservative shithole of a country seized up with fear all the way to the top of the government. Things began to change. Fast. Hanabi let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. It was a protest like any other, a rally to remove the anti-quirk laws that felt like a noose to so many people. The police fired tear gas at us. It triggered someone. They retaliated, quirks were activated. She leaned to the side and pulled a large blunt out of her bag and ignited it with the flick of her finger, its embers floating up to join the stars like lost ducks in a pond. You could tell me that the first to act were plants and I would believe you without a second thought. I've seen enough bullshit to know that's how the government works. She took a long hit of her blunt and let the smoke flow through her nose before she sighed and continued. Then the heroes came, and in that moment, they made themselves known as dogs of the government. That was when the movement turned more extreme. I stopped being a part of the movement afterwards, but it carried on. I still don't think half the attacks were actually from Destro. Izuku sat forward. The history he had been taught in school was being rewritten right before his eyes again. Why did it feel like the truth in all its honest and ugly glory was coming from his grandmother, a woman who sounded like she had lived a dozen lives in her life? What happened afterwards? I mean, to you? Almost got arrested, my family kicked me out, met your grandfather, married him, became the matron of a Yakuza gang, had your father, and he got in more trouble than I ever did. She took another hit and glanced his way. The rest you probably already know. But what else has the government done? Izuku asked, still staring at the smoke as it swirled about in the cool sea air. Besides making deals with a bunch of Yakuza? Hanabi gave a short laugh. They weren't afraid to kill to keep the peace. Not every hero is as pure as All Might, or as stubborn and prideful as your cousin. Cousin? Oh, right, my maiden name is Todoroki. I'm Endeavor's aunt, which makes him your cousin or something. That made way too much sense given the raw firepower Hanabi showed off. Grandma, could you please limit yourself to the number of times you blow my mind in a single night? She let out a puff of smoke and looked at her blunt. With a shrug, she offered it to him. He declined. With another shrug, Hanabi let out a sigh. But, you should be aware, the Hero Public Safety Commission has teeth that they're not afraid to use. Have you ever wondered why you haven't heard of any heroes making deals with villain groups for mutual benefit? It's because the heroes that do this are eliminated in the name of preserving the way things are. Really? Izuku asked. It was true, he had only become aware of heroes working with the Yakuza because he was one. It would make sense that desperate heroes would try to make a deal with villain groups. Or maybe there were even corrupt heroes to begin with that saw an opportunity and took it. Yeah, you know Lady Nagant? The hero killer? Heh, I'm sure she pruned a few bad apples, but what she was really locked away for was killing the president of the HPSC. Fuck, Izuku blinked and then leaned back until he was laying on the sand. Is there anything else I should know? You know those Hatsume kids? Yeah. They're Nagant's little brother and sister. Fuck. You said that already. The island had been nice. His grandmother was right. Just getting away from it all, from the bullshit about his tattoos being taboo, to the whole drama that living the Yakuza life seemed to bring, was really relaxing. But it was nice to be back home. It was nice to be in Japan again. Those were Izuku's thoughts right up until he exited the plane and was greeted by the mother of all heat waves with humidity so high it might as well have been raining. I hate this place, Hanabi growled and marched forward, looking no worse for wear while wearing her usual business kimono. Even when you're basically immune to fire, this shit will still fuck you up. Can we go back? Orie let out a soft whine, pulling on her loose summer tank top to get some sort of ventilation in between her boobs. I feel like I can cook ramen in my tits. Eva just stood in her shorts and t-shirt, her own bag strapped to her shoulder as well as Orie's. The expression on her face was one of pure defiance to the intense Japanese heat she was experiencing. A bit of sweat dripped down her cheek and fell near her lips, which she casually licked up like she was desperate to preserve liquids. She glanced at Orie for a moment and then her eyes went wide. Give me a snowflake? Tried that, Orie turned over her wrist to show the tattoo. Doesn't work. Eva growled. Hurry up, Hanabi barked. I want to know if someone did something stupid so I can kick their ass. Their trip back home was in the comfort of Sho's air-conditioned car before they were promptly assaulted by the heat again. For most of the summer, Japan was choked by a heat wave that was enough to stop most villains from bothering to do much of anything. Sure, a few deals probably took place, but it was just a slow, dull time of year that just dragged its feet. The miserable heat affected the heroes as well, with heroes like Gang Orca taking a sudden trip to Hokkaido for business. He was part whale. If he just said that he was peacing out because it was too hot for him, no one would say shit. Then again, he did look like he belonged in the Yakuza. Despite the heat, and despite the slowness, the world never really stopped moving. And that was true for the Amagi family as well. Are you sure? Izuku asked for the umpteenth time as he followed his grandmother to her car. Several of the Amagi elders he had come to know by name were already sitting inside or in other cars. They all wore formal summer yukatas or suits that were just begging to cause a heat stroke. I mean, what if they try something? Then I'll burn the bitch down, Hanabi grunted and smiled at him. But no, I've known Rajan since before your father was even born. He's an old hard-ass, but he follows the code closer than anyone. There's a code? Of course, she grabbed him by his shirt and buttoned the first two buttons on his shirt and scowled at him. Part of which is making sure you're dressing the part. Why do you think I put Tanaka in a suit? Izuku just shrugged then shook his head. Look, Don't change the subject, you're going into the shy Hasakai territory. Without Tanaka, without me, without... Don't act like you're the only muscle I have, Izuku. She placed a hand on his shoulder and patted his cheek. I spoke to Rajan over the phone, and he wants this police investigation over with as much as anyone. I'm just going there as a favor to both him and the police. We'll still need to get to the bottom of the trigger supplier. Do you really believe that Rajan isn't involved? Izuku extended his arms out wide. That the shy Hasakai isn't involved? That this isn't a trap? Not for a second, and that's why I'm going. She placed a bony finger into his chest and glared at him. Her confidence was almost enough to persuade him. Don't worry, this is just a meeting, and Rajan won't risk a war with us over this. Not when we'd be backed by both the heroes and the police. Hanabi let out a sigh and looked down towards Izuku. Look, I understand why you think this is stupid, but Rajan was a good friend, and the shy Hasakai have been our steadfast allies. If it wasn't for certain events, we would have been on the path to merge into one. I told you once, Izuku, there's a storm coming, and we're going to need all the allies we can get to weather it. That includes Rajan and his punks. He stood there and said nothing. You understand, right? Then let me go. That's my job, right? Nope. She waved a hand at him and headed into her car. She paused and turned back to him with a smile. Look, consider this a test. For the next 24 hours, you're in charge here. Try not to start a war. She swished her lips and grinned brightly. Or do, I'm sure you'll want to clobber your punkus bitch of a former friend. Wait, what? I'm not ready for that. Yes, you are, we've been training for a month. More like 2 weeks. Same thing. Hanabi rolled her eyes and stepped back out of the car. Juice fine here? She grabbed him by the back of his head and pulled him down so she could kiss his forehead. There, Grandma loves you and she'll be back before you can say Chohan. She flopped back into the car with an evil laugh and slammed the door shut. Izuku watched as the cars moved down the street in a 3-wide caravan, a growing pit gnawing at his stomach. He conjured a handful of crows, their ephemeral forms wavering in the summer sun. Follow them. XXXX. Hanabi glared at the skinny young man wearing a mask that she had seen hanging around Rajan in the past. Kai Chisaki was completely loyal to Rajan after that old fart had taken him in just after the Underworld War. Ever since Orie's and Tanaka's older brother passed away, and Rajan's daughter ran away, there was no doubt that Kai would be the next to lead the shy Hasakai. He was older than Izuku, not by much, less than a decade, but more than 5 years. It wouldn't have been surprising to find out that Rajan was giving Kai more and more control over the operations of the shy Hasaki, but how much slack was he given? How much control did Rajan have? And more importantly, where the hell is that old fart? She slammed Sarutobi's useless walking stick against the ground with a huff and glared at Kai again. Kai and the other members of the shy Hasaki stiffened at her remark. Oh please, don't act like I'm insulting your boss. I came here to talk to him, not you, Kai. She pointed a finger and glared. So where is he? Kai rubbed the back of his neck with a gloved hand. What was with those gloves? And that mask? And why was everyone else wearing a mask? Such needlessly edgy apparel. Kai took in a breath and sighed. The boss, he's fallen into a coma. What? Hanabi growled, doing her best not to set the whole room on fire. I just talked to him last week. How is he just now in a coma? She stood, feeling flames lick her ears. What happened to Rajan? Kai placed both hands in his laps and stared at her calmly. His calmness just wanted to make her punch him in the face more. I apologize for not contacting you about his condition sooner, but we didn't want word to get out. That was equal parts frustrating and understandable. So where is he? Resting. Kai reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a phone. He's currently at our base, and I have a live feed to a monitor there. He tapped a few things on the phone slowly as though to show he was posing no real threat. He placed the phone down on the table that sat between them and nudged it more than halfway towards them. Have a look. Hanabi glanced at the phone and felt a bitter bit of bile rise up in her stomach as she looked at him. Time really could bring down giants. Shame, he had been such a force back in his prime, fully capable of taking on even the best heroes. She'd been aware of the curtain closing on their era for quite some time, but this just sealed the deal. Without a word, she pressed the phone back towards Kai. Now then, the lines on Kai's face showed that he was smiling. Shall we get down to business? Right? Hanabi took in a deep breath that left her throat with flames. I'm going to make this very clear. Kai nodded. Stop producing trigger behind your boss's back unless you want to see your whole family get swallowed up. Kai tilted his head to the side. I assure you, we have no idea where the trigger is coming from. We are the producers. Hanabi kept her tone neutral, despite how furious she was feeling. Oh, I'm sure that Rajan had no idea where it was coming from. I trust him. But I don't trust you, you little upstart. Oh, and what proof do you have? She reached into a hidden pocket in her sleeve, pulled out a vial of trigger, and placed it onto the table, earning shocked gasps from both sides of the table. Maybe she was too fucking old to have a flair for the dramatic, but she wasn't getting any younger. We found one of your distributors. You were clever enough that the police could do nothing but suspect you. At least for now. I am here as a favor to your boss. Hanabi placed her hand on the wooden table and watched as the lacquer began to curl and smoke began to rise. I will not let you destroy what he and I sacrificed so much to build. Kai reached for the vial and examined it carefully. This is one of ours. You must have some very skilled members in your group. She kept her glare up. Part of her wanted to nod and acknowledge Sho and Ida's hard work, but that would just needlessly endanger them. I have a proposal. Kai placed the trigger back down. The dry look in his eyes was the same kind of ruthlessness she'd expect from a villain. We join forces on this. With a sharp inhale, Hanabi was heavily considering walking out. Even if she wasn't wearing a wire, the evidence she already had and Kai's own words were enough for the police and heroes to start their efforts in full. Her sentimental nature towards that old hard-ass Rajan was in the way, and was the only thing stopping her from burning this punk-ass bitch into the ground. There was a time when the Shei Hasakai and the Amagi were set to unify under the marriage of Mohaya and Satsui, with Mohaya set to take over both families once you and the boss retired. Kai continued, either completely unaware that he should shut up, or just not giving a damn. I'd be willing to do the same. The boss has adopted me as his own son, and if I'm not mistaken, Mohaya had a sister. Orie, wasn't it? We could. Arranged marriages are out of style. Hanabi ground her teeth as she thought about that brief period of happiness not too long ago. Though it was only a few years ago that Mohaya had vanished and Satsui took her own life, it felt closer to a decade. What they had was real. Besides, her grandson was currently boning Orie. They were a good couple, but Hanabi had suspected that the prospect of great-grandchildren was near zero. Izuku needed Orie's unique brand of not giving a fuck that reminded Hanabi ever so slightly of herself at her age. Truly? Kai folded his hands for a moment and began to take off the leather gloves he was wearing in this heat. Still, that was the reason for the talk of merging, wasn't it? She snorted and crossed her own arms, and glared at Kai's fingers. Why the gloves? Why the mask? She heard he was a germaphobe in the past, so why would he take off his gloves here? She didn't see any marks on his hands that denoted a quirk. That was little more than drunken rambling at a wedding. Oh, I see. Well, that's a shame. You see, the Amagi have a large amount of territory and more than a few profitable ventures that would be ideal for us to have access to. Kai hummed calmly and reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a small bottle of hand sanitizer. Ah, that explained why he took off his gloves. Almost. The casino you pride yourselves so much on, the fighting pit, the red light district, and a frankly impressive narcotics network. Kai rubbed the sanitary liquid on his hands and smiled at them. I'd quite like to have access to them. Sarutobi laughed and clacked his cane against the ground. And why would we do that? What would we gain? Power. Kai stated like he was speaking some absolute truth of the universe. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bullet that had been painted red. This is just a prototype, but I've been developing a quirk erasing drug. Ooh. Hanabi pressed her hand to the table and glared at Kai. You're walking a dangerous path, Kai. As opposed to the safe path you've been walking? Kai asked and pocketed the drug once more. You and the boss have been letting the Yakuza slip away. Your Amagi group is little more than the angry lapdog of the police and heroes just waiting for them to put you down. This is our chance. I will rewrite this world so that once again it is the Yakuza people fear and not some unorganized villain groups. We're done here. Hanabi stood, the rest of her old guard standing with her. If you're not with us, Amagi, Kai's voice held a bit of chill to it. You're against us? The warehouse they were in shifted. The ground roiled like the sea at storm while the very air seemed to waver for a moment. Quirks. Hanabi acted first, lashing out with a blast of fire towards Kai, only for his body to be swallowed up by the couch itself, shielding him from this blast. Sarutobi leaped into action, the cane in his hand extending long enough to smack one of Kai's men in the head as the battle started in earnest. So much for not starting a war. But then again, this was why she left Wackin behind. A bit of insurance. She tried to burn her way out of the building, but nothing stayed still. Not only was the building moving and blocking her attacks, her entire body felt off-balanced like she had just gotten drunk off her ass without any of the fun parts. Still, she had fought in worse conditions. And Sarutobi was a natural drunken brawler. For a few moments, it felt like they might win, that they had lived up to their reputation as warriors of old. That dream was shattered by gunfire, and she felt a bullet press into her stomach. The pain was nothing. She had been shot before. But the absence of her quirk, that filled her with fear. It only lasts for 30 minutes right now, Kai informed her as he casually dropped the gun to the side. A large mask-wearing man that outweighed Tanaka placed a beaten and bruised Sarutobi to the side. But that's plenty of time against you. With a light touch against Sarutobi's head, Kai ended one of her oldest allies in a puff of blood. Kai stood in front of her, his eyes smiling behind his mask. Don't worry, I'll be sure to take care of your Amagi. She spat on him, a bit of her blood landing on his cheek. The furious look of disgust on his face was a satisfying final image. Sorry Izuku, looks like I won't be around much longer. XXXX. Why was her phone going off? She pushed her head out of her pillow and glared at her phone. Her work phone. Sleep tried to pull her back into its embrace, telling her that it could wait until morning, telling her that it wasn't anything important. She wasn't on call after all. And she needed rest for the upcoming investigations. That thought vanished when she saw who exactly was calling her. Izuku. Amagi, she asked as she pushed herself firmly out of Sleep's grasp. She answered the phone and placed it against her ear. Izuku? What's up? It's like 2 a.m.? If he was arrested, he could sleep in the jail cell. Hey, his voice cracked. You're part of the investigation into the Shei Hasakai, right? Yeah, are you okay? I want to help. Oh, that's good. I can arrange a meeting with the hero we commissioned to. Tomorrow. I want to meet them tomorrow. Okay, I think that should be possible. Sir Nighteye might not like it though. He was a bit fiddly. But why so urgent? They killed my grandmother. Oh. That night she didn't get back to sleep. But she was certain that Izuku got less. Nijire's status report. The ape is still going in the same direction. Nijire's bubbly voice traveled through their comms device easily, despite the turbulence from her high altitude. Ryukyu cursed her luck. Minutes before she was about to call it for the night, a giant white gorilla appeared and started to charge a straight line through multiple sectors, her own included. It keeps vanishing into buildings and coming out the other side, but the lights keep popping when it touches them. Right? Has it hurt anyone? A few people maybe when it crushed a car by jumping, or maybe a few when the lights burst. But no, it seems like it's avoiding people. Ryukyu reached the apex of her flight and turned towards the city. She could barely make out the gorilla as it charged straight through a building, the lights inside going out but no damage being done to the structure itself. Villains came in many different shapes and sizes. Naturally, there were genuine villains that were the bulk of what she dealt with. Then there was the panicked confusion of someone activating their quirk for the first time. Sometimes things just got heated and people let their anger get the better of them. And then there were the teenagers and kids that for whatever reason wanted to take their quirk on a joy ride. This white gorilla matched none of the patterns she used to determine how to deal with a threat. Right, I'm on my way, see if you can stall it. I tried talking to it, but it roared at me. So anger was probably a factor. Tucking her wings in, Ryukyu aimed her entire body towards the target's path and launched herself forward. Dragon Bomb, the name of her super move when she was a first year, was a simple concept. Fly up high and use gravity to speed towards a target. Despite its simplicity and effectiveness, she rarely got to use the move. The ground grew closer by the moment, and soon she could see the white ape clearly. The speed and dexterity of the beast were impressive, even without considering its abilities to simply phase through buildings like they were nothing. The lights going out and how the beast could easily travel across power lines hinted at its abilities being electricity-based. I hit it, Nijire called from her comms. But it shouted at me and kept running. I'm worried that if I use a full power blast it'll just phase through it. Good, keep trying to slow it down, I'll be there in a moment. Nijire attacked it, but it didn't retaliate. That didn't help her at all with what she should do about this. If she approached it, the beast would probably just phase right through her. Unless it couldn't. Nijire, have you seen it phase through any humans? Yeah, their hair goes up like when you rub a balloon on your hair. So there was no way she could stop it. Still, she had to try and talk this thing down. She spread her wings and caught the air, flying right behind the beast. The speed she had built up from the dive was more than enough to match its astounding pace. Using all 4 of its limbs, the creature ran just like the charging gorilla she had seen in one of the nature documentaries she watched out of pure boredom, knuckles digging into the ground, great powerful arms pushing it forward while occasionally it grabbed onto some form of ledge or power line to propel its considerable bulk. People screamed as the beast charged right through them, many injuring themselves to get out of the way, but those that looked like they should have been trampled were just left with frizzed hair. Halt, Ryukyu screeched, her head as close to the apes as she dared to get. From this distance, she could see bits of blue electricity sparked between the individual hairs along the ape's massive body, giving it a light blue hue that seemed to define itself as a brush-stroke outline, and she could see the pain and anger etched onto its face. Was it crying? Stop or I'll be forced to? She had to dive up as the beast leapt through a building, its body acting like the structure simply didn't exist while the electronics inside went haywire. Stop, Ryukyu shouted again and charged towards the beast. She placed a single clawed hand on the beast's shoulder. It felt like she was licking a 9-volt, but she was still grabbing onto it. If you don't stop, I will have to arrest you. It roared and slammed both hands down onto the ground, causing thunder to strike from the cloudless sky, and its speed doubled, forcing Ryukyu back while it charged right towards a large warehouse. Instead of phasing through the building, it destroyed the garage door. Language. Not now, Nijire. Ryukyu circled around the building and then dove down towards the freshly made entrance and found the beast gone. Instead, she saw a man standing in the darkness. He was tall, and his skin was a swirling microcosm of colors that looked like living art. A bit of green hair stood from his head, and he was shirtless. She watched as he bent down and picked up a small shining object from the floor. All right, you're calm now, so just... The scent. The scent of blood. It was so strong in this place. Ryukyu? Nijire's voice asked from the comms. Are you okay? As her eyes adjusted to the dim light inside, she saw the large swaths of blood that covered the floor. Some of it still glimmered around the clothes that had been left behind as though the people wearing them had simply exploded. Her eyes followed the walls and saw blood went all the way up to the rafters. Wah! She understood the man now. He had been racing to prevent this. Or by the tears in his eyes, was racing because of this. Ryukyu? Are you okay? I'm almost. Nijire, she placed her finger to her comms and kept her eye on the man. He was pulling out a phone. Stay outside. It was selfish wanting to protect Nijire, but at same time, Ryukyu wished someone had been around to protect her from this. A scene like this could make even the most stalwart hero quit. What? Why? Just listen to me. She looked towards the tattooed man, and something about him seemed familiar. Come on, she heard him mutter. Pick the fuck up. She took a few steps closer to him, more curious than cautious. Izuku, she heard his tired voice ask through the phone. Hey. Izuku pushed some tears out of his eyes, his voice cracking. You're part of the investigation into the Shy Hasakai, right? He turned and looked around the warehouse. I want to help. Izuku said firmly, trying to swallow down whatever emotions were bubbling up inside of him. Tomorrow. I want to meet them tomorrow. Ryukyu stared at Izuku. He was trying so hard to keep it together. He paused and looked at the object in his hand. The tattoos along his skin moved about in a frenzy. The ape she had seen charging in here was on his chest, throwing a fit and tearing up the jungle that bled out along his shoulders, while countless crows stormed about in a frenzy. They killed my grandmother. Ryukyu stared at the boy for a few moments and looked towards the blood on the ground. That explained why he was in such a rush. Find them, he shouted, and the crows on his body began to leave his skin, covering the area in darkness. Find the ones who did this. The crows, little more than shadows, flew in a chaotic pattern before shooting off like a firework of darkness. Izuku looked towards her and gave a short nod before he started to walk towards the exit. Wait. She placed a hand on his chest, drawing his attention. Tears fell freely from his eyes, but there was little more than rage on his face. I understand you were in a rush to get here, but I need to take you in. You caused a lot of damage on the way here. He stared at her wrist for a moment before he grabbed it, moving her arm to the side with ease. Physically he was stronger than her, but if she used her quirk, she'd be able to hold her ground until other heroes arrived. The police know where I live, I'm not hiding. His glare hardened as he leaned in to glare at him. You're Essie's sister, right? Yeah. Recollection hit when she finally realized who she was dealing with. Living tattoos. Green hair. The name Izuku. The next in line of the Amagi. That wasn't accurate anymore. He just said it, didn't he? His grandmother was dead. We're going to want to ask you questions, she said firmly. What's there to ask? The shy Hasakai killed my family. Now get out of my way and let me mourn. It was Nijire's gasp that forced her to act. She lowered her arm and ran towards her apprentice, pulling her into a tight hug and doing what she could to ease this horrific memory out of her mind. As she hugged Nijire, Ryukyu kept her eyes locked onto Izuku's back as he walked shirtless out into the night. By the time he got back to his home, he had stopped crying. Not because he was over Hanabi's death, but because there were no more tears left. His eyes burned and he wanted nothing more than to find something and beat the shit out of it. Specifically Kai, the acting boss of the Shy Hasakai. A quirk erasing bullet. Plans to erase heroes and put the Yakuza on top. Kai was a dangerous man, one that Izuku wanted to remove personally. Wackin, Sho, Ida, Tanaka, Eva, and Orie all stood out front waiting for him. Only Sho and Wackin didn't have cheeks stained by tears, while Orie's makeup was running as she stared at him, hand covering her mouth. It's as we feared, then. Wackin looked at his hands, sadness, regret, and anger written on his face. Izuku held out his hand and revealed the glass souvenir his grandmother had made during her trip. Somehow, it was still whole, despite looking more fragile than Hanabi. She's gone. Phew, Tanaka howled and smashed his head into the wall. I want to fucking punch something so fucking hard. Eva pointed at Tanaka and nodded. What he said? I never thought she could die, Ida muttered, hand covering his mouth, his entire body shaking. Well, boss. Sho stepped forward, and the tranquil fury on his face was something that put Izuku at peace. What now? Right, he was the boss now. Tonight, Izuku paused and took in a deep breath as he looked at his friends and family. Tonight we rest. Tomorrow, we party to honor her life. Then we'll get our revenge. One by one, they all nodded. Ida and I will let the others know what happened. Wackin said firmly, we'll honor your grandmother and acknowledge you as the next head tomorrow. Izuku nodded. Thank you, Wackin. He turned toward Sho. Telling him to rest was pointless, given how his quirk was literally called restless. I want a grave for her. Think you can handle that? Sho nodded. I can get that done in an hour. Good, spend the rest of your night marking every single Shy Hasakai contact in our territory. With pleasure. Izuku looked towards Orie, and despite the love he felt for her, he couldn't bring himself to smile. His jaw was set into a firm, hard line. He gripped the glass phoenix tight in his hand. Orie. She hummed softly and placed a hand on his bare shoulder. I know what my next tattoo is. Yeah. But why? Mirio could feel his fist shaking at the sudden news that had been dropped on them this morning. They had a meeting in an hour with the boss of some Yakuza family that Mirio had never even heard of before. Not that he had heard of the Shy Hasakai either. He didn't understand. According to his police contact, Last night the Amagi group was attempting to settle this investigation without the police, and as a result, their old boss died. Sir pinched the bridge of his nose, his glasses being held delicately in one hand. I wouldn't put this as much higher than an act of revenge for their old boss. Okay, I get that much. If someone hurt his grandma, Mirio was pretty sure he'd punch them. Hero license or no. But, if the police know where he is and he apparently talks to them, why are they still out there? The Yakuza are criminals, right? Sir gave a short laugh and placed his glasses down on the table, letting out a long sigh before he met Mirio's gaze. You're not the first person to ask that question, and you won't be the last. To be honest, I've asked that question more than a few times myself. Some say that these are protected groups, a bit like keeping a tiger in the zoo. Others call the Yakuza a necessary evil. How? How could crime be necessary? Kidnapping, selling drugs, racketeering, and so much more, none of that was necessary. No matter how perfect the society, there will still be those that commit crime for one reason or another. Some laws even force people to commit crimes. Prostitution, drugs, gambling, fighting, and other crimes like that are less dangerous if they're organized. I guess. Mirio furrowed his brow and crossed his arms. But it just doesn't make sense to me. Another way to think of it is that they act as a deterrent of sorts. Against what? Sir held up two fingers. 1. Potential villains may be more inclined to join a Yakuza group if they know they're safer, though I'm not convinced of that reason myself, as it just sounds like turning the Yakuza groups into potential villain groups. Which is why we're investigating the Shei Hosakai. Correct. The second reason is one I believe actually has credibility. Sir sat back in his chair and glanced up at the ceiling. They prevent foreign groups from moving in. Foreign groups that might not be as respectful to Japanese citizens and society, particularly Russian and Chinese mafia. If we were to clean up the Yakuza here, then we would be opening up a new market for organized crime, unless the other nations also cleaned up their groups. Mirio held his tongue for a moment. That did make sense, but it didn't feel like it was the only option, nor did it feel like it was the best. Sure, he understood that the police were stretched thin, and heroes couldn't help so long as the Yakuza weren't using their quirks to harm people, but just because it made sense didn't mean he had to like it. It went against his sense of justice. Sir Bubble Girl bounced into their office and made the mistake of looking both nervous and deadly serious. She was probably going to be in trouble later if she didn't crack a joke. They're here. I see. Mirio, Sir placed his glasses back on and adjusted them a bit. Please go talk to the boss for a moment. I'd like to remind Bubble Girl about our office policies for a moment. Right now? Bubble Girl shrieked. Of all the days for Centipede to be out, Mirio patted the blue girl on the shoulder and gave a light laugh. You'll be fine, you should be used to it by now. Bubble Girl just whined. Mirio walked out into the reception area just as the Yakuza were arriving. There were 3 in total, and all looked like they were far too young to actually be Yakuza. The shorter of the 2 men could easily cosplay as a high schooler or even a middle schooler, if it wasn't for the orange stubble on his cheeks. The red-haired girl looked like she had never worn a suit before, and that she had had her youth robbed from her. Then there was the taller of the 2, dressed in a well-fitted suit that Sir Nighteye would be proud of. He cut an impressive figure. Or at least, he would have if it wasn't for the fact that he was younger than Mirio. Was this actually a Yakuza boss? He just didn't have that kind of feeling. Then again, Sir did just say that their old boss had been killed. Oh hey. The taller of the 2 raised a hand towards him, and even offered a light smile that died after a moment. I'm Izuku, I'm here to talk to Sir Nighteye. Right? I'm Lemillion, his sidekick. He'll be ready to talk to you in just a moment. Mirio stood with his back straight and kept his eyes on the 2 criminals. He probably shouldn't tell them that right now Sir was giving a lecture to Bubble Girl on why she should at least try to be funny. The smaller one checked his watch. Well, we are early. Sorry about that show. Izuku scratched the back of his head and sighed. You're the boss, you shouldn't have to apologize. Sho commented. Besides, I'm more than a little impatient myself over this. Izuku stepped forward and extended a hand towards Mirio. Nice to meet you, Lemillion. You wouldn't happen to have been in the sports festival this year? Mirio nodded. I was. Did you watch? Of course my friend Katsuki got in as a first year. You have friends at U.A? Mirio asked, feeling a slight headache growing. In his mind, he didn't want to think about any of his classmates being involved with the Yakuza. A few, actually. Izuku gave a sigh and retracted his hand once it became apparent that Mirio wasn't going to shake it. This was someone that was a borderline villain. He wasn't going to become friends with them. You know, in a different world, I'd probably be calling you senpai right about now. What does that mean? Mirio asked. Well, you see, I tried to become a hero, failed the entrance exam, and now here I am, a Yakuza boss. Mirio felt his mouth drop. How does that happen? Easy, Izuku shrugged. My quirk brings tattoos to life, and it's really hard to beat a robot with a Confronting All Might tattoo. And because it's illegal for a minor to get tattoos, I really had no option if I wanted to actually use my quirk. Oh. Mirio felt his shoulders slump a bit. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it, Mr. Hero. Izuku gave a light laugh. I've come to accept it as the blessing it was. Mr. Hero? But you're a criminal now. How could anyone that wants to be a hero be okay with becoming a criminal? Mirio took a step forward. Why did it feel like he needed to understand this man? Why did that feel so important? You got me there, Izuku scratched the back of his head, but when I found out who my grandmother was, I just kind of eased into it. Besides, I don't think it's such a bad thing to live life how you want, is it? You kidnap? Boss does not kidnap, the woman stomped forward, moving at a speed that had Mirio on edge. He hadn't even heard her walk towards him. Izuku saved me from that. Izuku is nice, so take it back. Eva. Izuku placed a hand on the short woman's shoulders. The act looked more like a hunter preparing his hound to hunt, though in this case, perhaps a tiger would be more appropriate. It's all right, he didn't know. Eva huffed. He should. Mirio. A dazed bubble girl walked out of Sir Nighteye's office. He's ready for him. He half expected more of a fuss about their boss going in alone, but a simple word from Izuku was more than enough for Eva and Sho to stay back and wait. Hello, Izuku, Sir said in a firm voice, already standing at his desk. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you for seeing me on such short notice. Izuku's tone was slightly jolly as he walked in. I imagine as All Might's sidekick you must be pretty busy. Even if I were not, I'd struggle for free time running my own agency. Sir watched Izuku carefully as the Yakuza boss sat down in the empty seat. Would you mind if my sidekick watches our conversation? Fine with me. Izuku placed his elbows onto the desk and closed his eyes, but I'd prefer if we got down to business. Sir nodded and took his own seat. Now then, what information do you have on the Shei Hasakai? Izuku reached into his jacket and pulled out a neatly folded envelope that he placed down on the table. This is the evidence we gathered. They are producing Trigger, and in addition, Kai, their acting boss, is making a quirk erasing drug. Sir gave the slightest hint of surprise. I see. He reached for the envelope, but Izuku pulled it back slightly. You want something in exchange? I'm sure you know what my price is. We can't. Isn't about can't. Sir's brow furrowed, and he folded his hands in front of him. We can't let you kill Overhaul. Is that what you call him? Izuku gave a dark, humorless laugh and pulled the evidence back towards him. Look, one way or another, I'm going to find him, and I'm going to make him wish he was dead. It's just a matter of how soon we remove him as a threat. It always amazes me how simple you all make changing the future. Sir hummed. Izuku's face lit up for a moment. That's right, your quirk lets you see the future. I remember reading about that. Indeed it is. So, if you can see the future, why haven't you found where the Shei Hasakai's base is? It was like watching a wolf corner a bear, Izuku pressing every advantage he had while Sir just wanted to move forward. Only, Izuku was winning. Sir was on the back foot. My quirk lets me see someone's future. I don't use it on fellow heroes unless absolutely necessary for fear of seeing a death I can't prevent. I'm not a hero. Izuku leaned forward, ready to pounce. Let's make a deal. You can look into my future, and in exchange, you'll tell me where their base is the day after the raid. What happened to revenge? Izuku just shrugged. Sir paused for a moment and then nodded. I don't trust you, and I'm certain there's more to this than you're letting on, but I agree to those terms. Great, so how does this work? Give me your hand. Izuku extended his hand slowly, an unsettling smile spreading across his face. Sir took his hand and met Izuku's gaze without flinching. What? Sir removed his hand and looked at Izuku in shock. How? Izuku sat back in his chair, a cold, confident smile on his face. I guess you'll just have to find out. Did you get the information you needed? Yes, I did. Sir adjusted his suit and coughed. Thank you for that. I know their exact location now. Great. Izuku hummed and stood, placing his fingers on the evidence and sliding it towards Sir. Sir looked at the envelope for a moment, then looked back at Izuku. You might want to reconsider not being a hero. Izuku just shrugged. I am what I am. You certainly are, Sir hummed, hand covering his mouth to suppress a smile. Mirio blinked. What the fuck just happened? Izuku paused at the door and extended a hand towards Mirio. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Hero. I hope to see you again soon. This time, Mirio took that hand.